the back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover and just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, Josh, Pepper, and many
Holy
burgers.
God, and a lot of fries.
And a lot of fries.
A lot of fries.
And candy.
And candy.
Look at all this candy.
What a Friday.
All right.
Look at all these books.
So,
I want to thank Pat.
Listener Pat. Shout out
Thank you,
to
Pat.
Pat.
He went and got burgers, and now we've already mixed them up, so we don't know which ones came from which store.
We mixed them up.
They all look the damn same. It'll make it more fun when we make fun of Nick.
I will
'cause
say
his
this.
don't taste as
I
good.
had the great honor and responsibility of cutting the Pickle Ranch burgers.
And
And I will say that one of them felt a little bit more tightly put together. The other one was a little looser.
interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder which one was the loose one.
I don't know.
Nick, did you get 3 fries?
There
Is that
are
what
3
I saw
fries
that
over
Nick
here,
did?
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I'll just keep the fries that Pat did. Well, I guess Josh, you want to split some fries, friend? I would love to
Friend.
share with my friend Josh.
I also picked up pickle fries. Burger King has pickle fries now.
There you go. You just have that.
Burger King has pickle fries.
So we're each taking a fries? Is that what you're
All
saying?
right, let's
Go ahead.
Let's
All
do
right.
this.
Load up, everybody.
John?
All right. So here, Josh, give me your plate.
All right, thank you, John.
Here is the maple bacon burger.
All righty, okay.
This is the pickle?
The pickle ranch.
Yep.
All right, that one's falling apart. I'll put that on.
Josh.
Oh, geez.
Oh, you
go.
dropped it.
Ranch
Ooh, that looks good.
Nick.
and Mexican
thank you.
street corn.
Happer.
What?
Okay, there's
Chocolate.
the 3.
Okay, and then I got one for John, too.
Uh,
Shut up, Pat. He also brought us candy.
Nice.
What a guy.
I
All right,
didn't bring
crap.
candy.
John, I wasn't even paying attention.
Where-
I see bacon.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
one's the bacon?
Where-
That's maple bacon?
Give me your plate.
There's my
I
plate.
should get out that website. I should go to the BK website.
Would you like a pickle fry?
There's that.
Burger King.
Pickle.
They're exactly how I thought they would be.
Here we go.
That's not a bad thing, though. I'm just glad they exist.
All right, so here's what we have. So we have a fried pickle ranch Whopper. We have a maple bourbon barbecue Whopper, and we have a Mexican street corn. Okay, so it's pretty easy
And
to
a
figure
one
out.
regular Whopper as well.
Pretty easy to figure out what is which,
Street corn.
right? Yeah, I think so.
Bourbon bacon.
All right, so let's evaluate first.
Yeah.
Let's evaluate.
This is OG Whopper. If anyone wants a bite of an
I might.
OG Whopper.
Yeah,
I love OG Whopper.
I'm gonna
I'll
take-
take
I'm
OG
gonna-
Whopper.
Here. You want one part of it?
Yeah, give me OG Whopper, please.
So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna?
Let's
Thank
evaluate
you.
how we look, like first impressions. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is just to fill people in. This is a contest that Burger King ran nationwide on a create a Whopper situation.
Yes, and so the winner is are we to understand that the one that is voted upon, that person wins $1 million? Is that what is happening? Or did I read that
$1
thing
million
wrong?
dollars.
I believe that was the
Wow.
case.
That would
Yes,
make
here
the
it
name
is.
make sense.
So Creation Restaurants win the $1 million grand prize. And then they're saying thanks $1 million, and that's how they're doing the whole
Nice.
$1 Whopper.
Thanks
thing.
$1 million.
So we can vote. We can
yeah,
vote.
well, I mean, I think we should probably put our money where our mouth is after this.
I
Guests
agree.
can scan the QR code located on the wrapper of each of the 3 finalist $1 million Whopper sandwiches, prompting them to visit the BK app to choose their favorite and help crown a winner.
Nice.
You can do
Are
this through December 5th.
Okay, so will we all be trying the same one at the same
Sure.
time?
I think
you
we
want
should.
to.
I think
Okay.
we should.
Where are we
All right.
starting?
Is this the Mexican street corn?
So which
Mexican
one's that, John? Is
street
that-
corn.
That's the one. that
Come
one
on
right there.
now.
This
No,
Or
no,
this
no,
one?
that one.
Okay.
It's got the orangish,
Yeah, there's
kind
kind
of
of a-
looking
there it is.
sauce.
Spread.
Yeah, yeah. All right, Mexican,
Mexican
street corn. What's it have on it, Josh? Do you have the?
Yes. Let me scroll back up. Mexican street corn. This is from Kelsey, not friend of the Grum Kelsey.
Of Nebraska.
Corn Whopper features a quarter pounder, flame grilled, blah, blah, blah. Top of creamy street corn spread, lettuce, tomato, crunchy tortilla chips, and spicy queso.
Okay.
Oh.
So this is the one
That's
that I
solid.
thought, based off the descriptions,
Yeah.
was the one that I would like the most.
Mm-hmm.
And I do enjoy it.
thought
I
would-
like it.
I thought I'd like it the least. I don't like Mexican street corn, but this doesn't taste
Whoa,
like it.
how come?
I just don't like it. Texture thing, I think.
Interesting.
What? It's not different than normal corn.
Apparently, it's on the streets. Nick is out on the streets.
It's creamy. Is the queso spicy though?
No, it's not really spicy.
No.
Mexican street corn also has like the pepper and like the mayonnaise.
It's got a
on it.
little spice in it.
Yeah.
A tiny,
Oh, like
tiny
the
little,
elote?
a tiny
Yeah,
little.
I don't like elote.
Oh, okay.
What you said tortilla chips? Is that what the crunchy stuff is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Little shards of chips.
Okay.
Yeah, crunchy tortilla chips, spicy.
I
queso.
like
It tastes good.
I like what they're going for.
Yeah,
It tastes good.
I think that one's pretty solid.
I see the vision for sure.
It's
Yeah.
hard to know with we got to try the rest of them. I like before we really say anything.
Don't forget to cleanse the palate. You need some water.
John, did I get the pickle one? Which was the pickle one?
That'd be that's the barbecue one. That's the pickle one.
That's
What if
the
we
pickle
one.
cleansed a
Pickle one.
palate with a
I
regular
didn't realize the
Whopper?
pickle one also had bacon on it too. Nice, that's
Yeah.
sweet.
Should we do the bourbon bacon?
Yeah, let's do the bourbon one.
All right, barbecue.
Mhm.
So this has the sweet barbecue sauce, the
Maple
bacon.
bourbon barbecue, crispy onions, jalapenos, smoky
Whoa.
maple candied bacon, and American cheese all on the bun.
Too sweet.
Too sweet.
Immediately too sweet.
Ooh, I can smell the sweetness.
I agree.
It is sweet.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's way too. Oh my
Immediately
gosh.
too sweet. It's just candy. This is candy. This
Yeah.
is burger candy.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, that's way. It's. Oh, that's not for me.
It's sticky.
I'm gonna eat it, but it's not for me.
Yeah.
This is a burger for a child. This is what you give
Well,
a
as
baby
long as they like barbecue sauce.
I think this is like a 14-year-old. A 14-year-old would love this burger.
who's like branching out.
Yeah.
it. You know, the problem.
Way too sweet.
The bacon is very crispy.
Yeah.
Burger King.
There are some redeeming qualities here.
Mhm.
Burger King changed the way they made their bacon at some point in the last decade because I remember ordering a croissant and
Mhm.
thinking, "Whoa, the bacon is way better than it used to be."
I would say if you could dial back the sweetness on the barbecue sauce,
Mm-hmm.
you'd have a better burger.
Mhm.
It's not bad. I'd eat it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my
It's
favorite.
just whatever glaze that is overpowering. I mean,
Well,
it was completely ruining
Didn't
it.
you say that the bacon was candied too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's overkill.
It's too much.
You don't need that.
Travis says, "Who's giving a burger to a baby?" My God, Josh. Travis, we call all youngs babies.
If there was a baby burger, that would be it.
This would be for the children. This is the children burger. I
It'd be-
want a burger that tastes like candy.
All right.
It's true.
Now
The next one is
hate
the
to be
one that
biased.
I am most excited
Yeah,
for.
exactly. I don't want to be biased.
You
but to
guys
me,
have
this is the main event.
Really high expectations. for
I'm
this.
happy that we saved this one for last. So this is the fried pickle ranch Whopper. This features the patty topped with creamy pickle ranch, lettuce, fried pickles, bacon, and Swiss cheese. That's like a lot of things that I like.
Man, there is nothing like a pickle on a burger.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's my favorite.
That's the best one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
Good flavor.
Mhm.
The pickle sauce is nice. That's very good. That is very good.
You
Mhm.
can't go wrong with ranchy dilly.
Dude, I know, right? John, that is a great point.
Yeah.
I still think it's a little overkill, maybe. I gotta go back to regular Whopper.
Too pickly for you, Happer?
No, it's not the pickle. Maybe is the ranch stuff that is kind of. I don't think ranch goes on a burger.
Chance writes, "I'm late. Did Nick make it on time?" He did.
Mm-hmm.
Pat beat him, but Nick was here with plenty of time to spare for that very long last segment that the Connor Happer Show did today.
The regular Whopper, guys, that still hits.
It's a banger.
Which one are you looking for?
Still
I
hits.
love a Whopper.
Regular's right there.
Mhm.
So we had one regular. Was that from us? Was that from Nick or was that from Pat?
Must have
That
been
was from Pat.
It wasn't
Shout out
me.
to Pat.
Thank you, Pat.
Pat was great. He brought us candy. He brought us the burgers. He's very nice. I'd never met Pat before, but he's been listening for years. He says he's been listening since the Kevin and Bob era. I said, "Oh,
Whoa.
have you checked out the 25th anniversary podcast?"
Did he say he liked Kevin and Bob better?
No, I should have asked him. He said he loves our show though.
I feel like I didn't
Shout out
taste.
Pat.
I feel like I didn't taste anything special about the pickle one.
Really?
Yeah.
There's fried pickles on it.
No,
pretty
I got
pickly.
that, but I feel like I didn't get. It didn't. The pickles didn't feel. It didn't feel very pickle forward.
I thought it would hit harder.
Really?
Yeah.
Even the sauce? Even like the pickly ranch?
Yeah, it didn't
Honestly,
feel...
it might depend on which quarter you got, because
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes the sauce doesn't get
Yeah, because
evenly
I was going to say,
distributed.
I felt like it was overpowering. I felt like
Really? You thought it was overpowered?
if it was going to go one way or the other, I thought it was too strong rather than too weak.
Chris wants to know who's going to clean off the boards afterwards from Nick's greasy fingers.
Yeah, you baby.
Yeah, Nick. You want to know one of the maple bourbon ones, you wham baby?
Who's going to clean John and Josh's side? They get greasy, too.
There's nothing for them to touch.
I haven't
I gotta
touched a
tell
thing
you,
yet.
the OG Whopper still hit.
That's it.
I love the Whopper.
That's the winner.
Really?
Yeah. The real loser of this contest is the contest because the Whopper rules.
Well,
Is there any more of the pickle one?
yeah.
There's plenty more
Right.
actually.
Oh, man. Pepper.
I want to try another pickle one.
Here, just pass it over there.
All right. Thank you, Nick.
Yep.
And thank you, Happer. Chance writes, good job, Nick. Bigley says this is like SNL. Is this what they
What
do
does
on
that
SNL?
mean?
I don't know.
I don't think anybody's going to touch that maple
Are
candy.
they saying we're not funny?
Ah, got him.
I don't think anybody's going to touch the rest of that candy burger.
No.
I'll do one more.
We can give it to is there a child in the office today? Does it take your kid to work day? Here you go. You want to try this, child?
I do want to try another one of the Mexican street corn.
Yeah. That was good.
I'm intrigued.
Hey,
I'm
that one
intrigued.
was good.
That's that one.
Big fan of the street
Josh,
corn
you
one.
want some more candy burger?
No, I'm a grown-up.
I thought I would hate the street corn one the most, but that is second.
We could send an email to the whole office. Hey, we have a hamburger that tastes like candy. Does anybody want it?
Does anybody
It'll
want
be
to try
gone
this
in
hamburger?
2 seconds.
Since you guys like that Mike Tyson fight so much, why don't you come and eat this?
They're obsessed with
They love the
Who?
Mike Tyson.
Anyone want
Everyone in
more
our
pickle?
office
I'll
who
try one.
doesn't care about sports is like, have you heard about this Mike Tyson fight?
Somebody came up to John and I and asked us questions about it.
Let me guess. It was on the FM prep sheet.
100%.
Huh?
Mhm.
Nice.
Prep,
Thank you, Nick. Here's some pickle fries.
prepbyshow.com.
Is that what it is?
I don't know, something like that.
I should try that.
Yeah, the baby burger isn't very good.
It's
Mm-mm.
yeah. And I get scared away
Pickle
from
fries?
if the selling point is that it's a barbecue whatever burger. I'm just like, yeah, I get what you're trying to do. It's not for me.
Happer, you would hate me. So when John and I used to do remotes at DJ's
Mhm.
every Monday during football season,
Oh, yeah.
you remember this?
Yeah.
They had a burger that had bacon and onion rings and cheese on it, but it also had barbecue sauce. And it was called the barbecue sauce rodeo burger. And I said, hey, can I have the barbecue burger, but without the barbecue sauce?
Oh my god.
Because I wanted the other stuff. I don't like barbecue sauce on a burger. It does not belong on a burger.
Well, that I mostly agree with.
Yeah. And so, you know.
I don't know if it doesn't belong, but
Yeah.
it's an option that I don't like as much as some other people do.
Text coming in
Oh.
Ooh, we
From
have
Mrs.
zesty sauce.
from Mrs. Bishop.
Oh.
From Mrs. Bishop.
What'd she say?
Kind of disgusting watching you guys eat. Crazy how you don't care what you look like eating. Women would never do that.
That's definitely true.
Laszlo, along those lines, hard to beat watching people eat right in your face. Happy to do so. Happy to do so.
Should we get some ASMR in there
What do we
too?
think of the pickle fries?
Solid.
Those are good.
I wish
They're
they were a
good.
little
Those are good.
crispier.
Yeah. I don't know if it might be in the transportation.
I think they were just covered up for too long.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can't
This-
go wrong with a fried pickle.
This is radio,
Love fried
folks.
pickles.
Get used to it.
Yeah.
Is this what we're doing now in 2025?
Yep.
Hey, John and I used to do Taste Test Wednesday every week.
Mhm.
Fast Food Friday?
Fast Food Friday, not a bad idea.
You want to get million views on YouTube? Just open up a gift.
Drunk uncle.
Yeah, you sound like drunk uncle again.
It's that easy, apparently.
Yeah, right.
Apparently, it's that easy. This is just
I don't
us
understand
opening gifts.
You don't understand drunk uncle?
No, I just don't understand how it gets so many views. The algo on YouTube is wild
It's
to
very
me.
confusing.
It's very strange.
It's very confusing.
It's like, hey, how did that escape? How did that break contain?
Mm.
No idea. That happens with some of our videos sometimes. Here's the key to this week on
The
1620
Caitlin
Zone.
Clark one.
Oh my gosh. You just write Caitlin Clark?
Oh, yeah.
Millions
Yeah.
of people.
Yeah.
This week I learned if you
That's
put
why we always talk about Caitlin Clark. We got to get to that Caitlin Clark thing.
if you put Holgo with a picture of Red Bull, boom, views skyrocket. Everyone wants to learn about Holgo.
Please stop calling him that.
Sam McEwen did in his story.
I know it's ridiculous.
He's like the best writer in the state.
The whole go, man.
Mm-hmm.
I could do without the whole go.
Oh, wow. Comment from Josh Odson. who's sitting right there
Yeah.
or standing. Guys can just sit around all day naming burgers.
That's kind of what we're doing.
We definitely
I got
can.
more of the pickle this time around. I think the quarter I had last time just wasn't.
You got skimped.
I remember the first time
Holgo the Olco.
I had meat on
Nice.
meat. You know how you do the
Huh?
burger? Not the
Hello.
bacon, but like Brewskis did the
Yeah.
burger
It's like
with
a
the
chicken
ham.
sandwich.
Or like a pork.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it was like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. This was like 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh my God, it's the greatest thing ever. But yeah, it's sometimes it can be too much.
No, because that's exactly what it's doing, though. It's just like, it's people love bacon. So let's put bacon on top of a meat that you already love. And there's just we'll have the most bacon possible.
Yeah.
But you don't need that.
Or is anyone else going to have this last pickle one? All me? All right,
No,
I'm
go
gonna,
for it.
I'm going to finish it off.
Just, I mean, if we're ranking the 4,
So I didn't have any of the regular Whopper.
the regular Whopper is still number 1.
Yeah.
You can't beat the normal Whopper.
I liked the pickle and
I'm
then the
gonna agree
street
with
corn.
Connor.
I liked the street corn one a lot. I did not like the.
Yeah, it's maybe
It's
would
an
you
easy
say that
third
it's
place.
closer than you expected?
Very much so.
I
I
might-
legitimately enjoyed the street corn one.
Yeah, it's good.
I might have an upset pick. I think I'm going to go OG Whopper, street corn Whopper,
And then
pickle, and then
Wow.
tiny baby Whopper.
Hmm.
The pickle one was good, but I feel like the point of this Whopper, you want it to stand out, right?
Different.
You want it to be different.
The street corn one was way different.
The pickle one was just kind of,
It's like an extension.
yeah,
That's true. That's a good
it
point.
was an
Yeah.
add-on to the Whopper.
So
but it
if
wasn't the
we-
Whopper.
If we were to cast our vote today,
Mhm.
would you give bonus points to the street corn Whopper, which is different?
Yeah,
Would you vote
Yeah.
for that?
If you're trying to get a different burger on the menu,
Yeah.
that would be the best play.
Yeah.
Because it is very much different. Very much different.
Vote for street corn Whopper.
Maybe we can
vote
drive the
for
vote out.
Omaha.
Maybe
Well-
we can drive. No, the pickle
What
one.
did Josh say?
Oh wait, no, you're right. Nick.
What's
Yeah,
Josh's
sorry.
vote?
Street corn.
Street corn.
Wow.
I think that's the winner.
Pickle.
Very close. Very close.
Yeah.
But street corn's a real winner here.
Yeah.
It exceeded expectations.
It did. It did.
A little wet. It's a little wet for a burger.
Yeah, but I'm
Little
okay
wet.
with that. I'm okay with that.
And the pickle one was just a victim of its own expectations. It was like
Yeah, you might be right.
it's like I don't know, Texas.
Yeah,
It was like Texas.
that the maple bacon one is
That was always
way
going to
too
be
Not
bad.
good.
Yeah,
Actually, it didn't have to be that bad, but it was bad.
it's too sweet.
Yeah, I don't. If they would have had a wangy tangy barbecue instead of the sweet,
Like,
I would have
That's what they should
definitely
call
enjoyed it.
You
more.
should have built
The
the
wangy
wangy tangy
tangy.
barbecue.
So they gave us the zesty sauce with the pickle fries.
Yeah.
I wonder if you toss some of that on there, what would happen?
Oh, I didn't see the zesty sauce.
You want to experiment?
What is it?
YouTube usually wants to know when can we expect the consensus rankings graphic like John made for the beef jerky taste.
That's right.
I didn't have one
Nick,
ready.
hop
You
on
made the circle
Canva.
jerky?
That was a good time.
Where'd the pickle fries go? I need to try it with
Right
this
there.
sauce.
Right here.
Theo writes,
Thank
need North High versus West Side takes. You
Oh.
will not get those on today's show, Theo.
No,
No, I don't have any North. What's going? Are they playing in football?
the semifinals are
V
tonight.
up, baby, go North. That's my
There you go.
school.
West
I
Side
care-
by 21.
Well, I've got
Oh,
a wang.
Screw you.
Yeah, it's good sauce.
You want to try some of the wang
Little
sauce?
too
Sure.
thick.
I got a fry here.
little
I'm-
too
I am
thick.
now
not
out of
not quite
fries.
viscous enough for me,
Mm.
but it's good.
Want to try some sauce?
Sauce.
It's okay.
Is Burger King back?
Oh.
I think that this is the most successful promotion that Burger King has had in a long time.
Way better
would
than
agree.
the weird buns that
I
they
would
used
agree.
to
Oh,
do.
the black buns.
Oh yeah, I would
And what
agree.
did we have? What was the one that we had that our poop was different color? Green? Was it a green Whopper?
It was one of the Halloween themed ones.
Oh, it was
probably
blue, maybe?
orange, blue or purple.
Oh.
No, it was black.
It was black.
It was black, but the poop came out blue.
Well, remember
Right?
Taco
Is that
Bell did
right?
black taco?
Or
It was
green. I don't know.
Happer. It was disgusting when we visited the toilets.
It just
the
doesn't
next
make
day.
any sense.
Hmm.
It tastes exactly the same, but it just looks different.
It's
Yeah.
yeah. It's just the dye.
A lot of
they
food
use.
coloring.
There is still a one street corn.
I
left
will
over
take
here.
the street corn.
Nice. Shout out
Nick.
Nick.
The Spider-Man Whopper that they came out with, it had a red bun, but they used beet coloring. Yeah, they used beets to color it.
Why not Hoiberg writes, BK has always had the superior burger. They
Yes.
just need to fix their fries.
I'll tell you,
Their fries are mid.
the regular just the cheeseburger
At Burger King?
is good.
It's
It
just their
is.
fries
That
are
sucker's money. I mean,
fries are such a bummer.
yeah, The fries are always a disappointment, but the
Yeah.
regular cheeseburger is good.
And the fries were again a disappointment today.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not.
They also got
great.
cold so fast.
Yeah.
they do.
I appreciated them, but
Oh yeah, you always need fries.
I want Burger King to go back to their old fries because I think their old fries were closer to what McDonald's has now.
See, I don't even remember their old
For the
fries.
longest time, Burger King fries and McDonald's fries were very close.
Yeah.
Very close. McDonald's, you could always tell McDonald's was a little bit better, but Burger King fries and McDonald's fries were not that far apart.
growing up going to these places, I never got burgers. I always got the chicken sandwich, whatever version of
Really?
the chicken sandwich. And so why we never went to Burger King was
They had
because
that
Burger
weird
King had that
long-
weird long chicken sandwich.
It was very strange.
And I was always so angry when I had to eat the
You
long
were angry
chicken
about
then-
the long chicken sandwich, but they had Dragon Ball Z chicken nuggets.
Happer, when you and I were in high school, you might have been in middle school. They did change their chicken sandwich. They were like covered in sauce. Do you remember these? What were
At
they
Burger
called?
King?
That vaguely
Yeah,
rings a
they
bell.
had-
What were they called?
They were international because there was an Italian one that had mozzarella and marinara on it. And I'm trying to remember.
Oh,
No, see, that's not the one that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a different one. Now I have to find. I'm going
But
to
they did do that. They did do the long
yes,
chicken sandwich.
yes, those.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were weird.
those were weird.
But then they introduced a different chicken sandwich in like the mid-aughts. I don't think they have them anymore, but they were massive. They were really good. Well, high school.
Well,
ones,
this
the
hopefully.
one
vaguely
they
rings
came
a bell.
out, the one they came out with after the Popeyes, when they turned basically got the
when
craze,
everybody started making chicken
was
sandwiches.
really good, and then they just stopped. They went back to their old one or something.
Back in the day, too, McDonald's used to have a chicken sandwich meal that wasn't the McChicken, and it wasn't. It wasn't what they have right now.
Yes.
Either it was like a large, like oversized breaded cutlet type of deal.
The Chiking, that's
and
right. Thanks,
and that
Noah.
was the Chiking.
the Chiking. That was the one they
Chiking.
came out with to rival the Popeye sandwich.
That's right.
By the way,
And it didn't last very long.
I'm looking at a list of all the discontinued ones. I'm still can't find. Oh, the enormous omelet. Do you remember that thing?
Yeah, I do. I
They-
never had one.
Cine Minis are apparently gone. What?
Yeah.
That was one of their best
Really?
items.
I was so bummed out because I stopped there a few weeks ago after one of Jack's shows, and I was like, man, I could sure use some Cine Minis right now. And I went to Burger King and no Cine Minis.
No,
Taco Bell has Cinnabon
nary a
bites.
Cine Mini.
Those are pretty
Oh,
good.
I bet those are pretty
They
good.
are really good. When I was a kid, Burger King had fun shaped chicken nuggets. They had stars and then they had lightning bolts. I think that was a promotion with the toys they were giving away because they did the girl toys were Powerpuff Girls and the boy toys
Yeah.
was Dragon Ball Z, and they had a meal where you could get special shaped chicken nuggets to kind of coincide with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could never compete with the Happy Meal, though. You just can't.
The
you get
Happy
it,
Meal.
You get it inside that box, and you get your
It used to be good. Yeah.
yeah,
It was a good
get your
time.
little toy, your Beanie Baby.
I think the toys were better at Burger King. I think Burger King had better toys.
But it was just the packaging and the branding of the
Yeah.
whole thing. I don't even know what Burger King's kids meal is called.
It was just the kids' meal.
Exactly. McDonald's is the Happy Meal.
Yeah.
I want a Happy Meal. That's what I want.
There is something
And it's
about
still
that
a Happy
name.
Meal today.
It hits. Man, I can't find that. Chiking looks good. That thing's gone now.
Yeah.
It's dead.
Yeah.
Sad.
They stopped doing it.
McDonald's is still doing their
Yep.
response, right?
I still
Which
can't
is
find the one
okay.
that I
never
had.
had
But
though.
I'll be honest with you. The OG McChicken,
That's still really good.
it's good.
is
It's
really
very
good.
it's peppery. It's very peppery. I
It
like
is.
it that way.
I've never I haven't tried their McBig Mac or whatever they're called.
Oh, the
Big-
chicken
big-
mac, the
big
chicken Big Mac.
Yeah.
I think that'd be too much. It's too much. I mean, you've already got bread,
I
and
don't
now
like
you've
the-
got breading,
take the middle
breading,
bun
breading.
out.
Yeah.
I've never liked the normal Big Mac. It's too
Dan
much
Hoppen hates that
lettuce.
sandwich.
It's too much lettuce. It's all filler.
The
Big Mac is all filler.
Yeah.
You need it to be all killer, no filler.
Nice.
The Big Mac is a scam, is what it is.
The Big King, which was Burger King's response to the Big Mac, was really good because they took out the middle bun. It was basically just a double cheeseburger with the sauce and the lettuce, and it was better than the Big Mac.
Okay, shout out to Ben. He finally, I've been looking for the last 5 minutes for this stupid sandwich. It was called the Tender Crisp chicken sandwich.
Tender Crisp Chicken Cheddar Ranch.
That's
Yes!
That's the one that I remember, because if I remember right, it was like covered in the sauce. It wasn't just like a spicy patty, but
I
they had
remember
like,
that.
that was the, So when that first came out, man, I
Tanner
was
Chris, bacon cheddar ranch.
Wasn't that?
I was all into that
Wasn't
sandwich.
that?
I remember
Didn't they-
that song.
Didn't they launch that during the NCAA tournament? Because wasn't
They
that
must
one
have.
of the 5 commercials that ran in every tournament?
It
game
had to
one
be
year?
because it's seared into my brain, apparently.
'Cause it was
Because the
always
king
there.
wants you to have it your way.
Because it was Hootie, right? Wasn't it Hootie who was doing the song?
I don't
think
know.
it might have been.
He was sitting on a fence, and it looked like he was in like old Captain
That-
Kangaroo
That
outfit.
feels right.
I
That
think it
feels right.
was. I think it was Hootie.
Darius Rucker would do anything.
He's
for
amazing.
for a pitch.
Pitch.
Brandon points
Yep, there
out
it is.
Mexican street corn Whopper was created by a person in Omaha. Indeed. Do we know? I would love to have this person on the grub.
Yeah, we need to find Kelsey.
would?
Yeah.
I,
Maybe not, but I'd like to say
they're,
congrats.
they're legitimately getting our vote, not
Yes,
just because
yeah.
they're from Nebraska.
Kelsey,
they're legitimately getting our
Your
vote.
burger
I
rocks.
think you did something truly unique. Something truly unique, Kelsey.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done.
I used
Very
to
cool.
like, speaking of fast food items that are gone by the wayside,
Oh,
I used to really like the KFC snackers. You guys remember KFC snackers?
Were those the wraps?
Were very, very small, like almost bite-sized chicken
Oh,
sandwiches.
the sliders. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you could, but there was like 3 or 4 different type of flavors.
Oh.
They have like some version of it now, but it's
Yeah, I think
not. They're not called the snackers anymore.
Interesting.
I like the Arby's sliders are pretty good.
Arby's sliders. I haven't had those.
Oh, they're solid.
Like, are they roast beef sliders?
They got roast beef sliders. They got chicken. They got turkey. The turkey one was my favorite.
and
The
I
ham
forget,
one was
they
good.
have brought back the potato cakes.
No, that was just a part-time. That was
Because
like
Michael
a-
brought them for us at one time.
Yeah, it's
God,
just
those are
like
so good.
It was like a 30-day thing or something like that.
Sad.
Yeah, it
Very
is.
sad.
It is sad.
Bummer.
Well, go try them for yourself.
Yeah.
But don't get the barbecue bacon.
Yeah,
maple.
way too sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Way too sweet.
I don't know what people like in their burgers because every time I see a new burger, there's 100 different things on it, and I'm appalled by it. So I don't know. Maybe people would like that.
Here's a question. What is on the perfect Connor Happer burger?
It's pretty simple, Josh.
Is it just cheese?
No.
Oh,
I mean, it's not that simple.
Okay.
But it's a very like American
Okay.
cheeseburger.
Okay.
You know, it's lettuce, onion, pickle, tomato, slice of cheese.
A Krabby Patty. You just made a Krabby Patty.
That's just a normal burger.
What's your favorite of the fancy, let's get a little wild tonight kind of Happer burger? Like, do you like a 2 a.m. burger? Like with an egg and a potato cake and some cheese and some bacon?
Too messy.
I mean, it is, but it's
When the
so
egg
good.
runs out.
Very
it's
messy.
so
I don't
good.
need the potato.
Yeah, Bayman Knight writes, how does Happer feel about a fried egg on his burger?
Yeah, I used to get those from Red Robin.
Yes. Yum.
Yeah, but I haven't been to Red Robin in a long time, and I don't find it necessary to put an egg on a burger.
Necessary?
Yeah,
I like egg on a burger.
I enjoy it every now and then.
Yeah, I don't get it every time, but I like my burger that I want is just give me a little cheese, a little bacon, a little pickle, extra pickle.
yeah. I don't need bacon. I
Onion.
don't even need bacon on there.
I'm fine without
I'm
bacon.
fine with it.
Raw onion.
Yes.
Raw onion.
Absolutely.
Not,
sauté.
not your garbage
Purple onion or
sauté
white
grilled.
onion?
Saute grilled are good.
Garbage is what it is,
Oh,
John.
stop.
Red onion or white onion?
Red.
Red for sure.
Yeah, red has a little more flavor to it.
Yeah, but if you get the right white onion, it works.
I'm fine with either for the record.
Except the ones that they've been serving at a certain restaurant where all the poop.
Oh.
That's where they found out the E. coli was coming
From the onions?
From the onion.
That's right. yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
From the onion.
What about sauces, condiments? What are you putting on there?
On the
I just need
burger?
mustard.
On the Josh Peterson burger.
I like whatever they call the awesome sauce, the burger sauce, like that type of stuff.
Me too.
Which is what? What is that? What
Well,
is-
It's usually just mayonnaise and ketchup.
Yeah.
Right?
which is funny because I don't like ketchup. But
It's
yeah.
What
I'm fine with that
special
stuff.
sauce?
I don't need sauce though. I don't need. If they have mayonnaise on it, I'm fine. But
A
I don't
burger
need it.
is the only place I will put ketchup on a thing.
Really.
The only
Yeah, ketchup mustard.
I don't use ketchup ever in my life outside of that exact scenario.
I like a good blue cheeseburger.
I hate
Yeah.
blue cheese.
The
It makes my
crumbles.
tum feel like it did before the Colorado game. Bad.
I like a jalapeno jam peanut butter burger.
Yeah, that's too crazy for me.
It's
Way
good.
too crazy.
There's some stuff that you can do that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never done the whole peanut butter burger situation.
So good.
It's good.
I love peanut butter.
It's good.
I love
Surprisingly
burgers.
good.
The one at Lead Belly is pretty good.
I really like the one at Honest Abe's. They use crunchy peanut butter, which
They
makes
do?
a difference. Yes, the texture matters.
Wow.
Crunchy.
At least
Lincoln
they
Zone.
did last time I
I'm
went.
surprised because I've been to Honest Abe's. I've not tried that one.
Apologies to the people who've been texting. I did not have my text open yet.
What
Yeah.
are they saying over there?
One person just says, Dinkers! Very good.
Dinkers is very good.
Mhm.
Dinkers has the best tomatoes of any burger place.
Dinkers,
around
to
here.
go back to what Happer said a little bit ago about he just likes a traditional burger. Dinkers, in my
Yeah.
opinion, still does it the best in Omaha.
Yeah, man.
I think they're
very
still cash only
traditional,
too, so people
Old school,
love
baby.
that.
I
If
love
Josh
that
has to eat a raw tomato, can we get it from Dinkers?
We should. Dinkers tomatoes are so good.
Are they?
Yes, they're so red and juicy.
Okay.
I don't know what they do to get those tomatoes that way, but
Probably buy
they're
'em
good.
local.
Well, they probably grow. Yeah, they get them
Probably
from
buy
a
'em local.
local
Only
farmer
the
instead
best
of the
tomatoes for Dinkers.
Yeah, there's this local farm that sells chickens that people will get sometimes. And I had that this summer from them, and I was like, I can notice how much better this is. It was incredible how good it was.
Yeah, tomatoes grown from like the backyard garden. I don't know. It always.
Oh, they're the best.
It always tastes
they're
better.
always juicier
Yeah.
and make the best BLTs.
The Bellevue Hive has come out.
Here we go,
lot of
Stella's.
Stella's.
Oh yeah.
We did Stella's on Taste Test Wednesday once. No, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Too much bread. I'm
There's
always
a lot
bummed by
going
Stella's.
on.
I'm always bummed by Stella's. Every time. No offense, Stella's. You're a great local restaurant for some people.
Interesting.
Your onion rings are great. Those are sweet. Not.
It's been a really long time for me since I've been to Stella's.
The last time was when
Last
we had
time,
it.
yeah, was when we did it.
Mhm, mhm.
YouTube user, what would you rather eat, the KFC fried chicken or this BK sweet barbecue Whopper?
Fried chicken.
KFC fried chicken.
Yeah, because it's fried
Yeah.
chicken. It's not very good.
Well,
but-
the last KFC fried chicken I had was the most disappointing fried chicken I've ever
yeah,
had. In
John
my
hated
life.
that stuff.
I'm out. I'm out on you, KFC. You disappointed me.
Would you have rather done that or waited for your entire life at Popeyes?
Yum.
That's a good point.
That should be their tagline. Yum.
Well, whose tagline is that?
That's Red Robin.
Oh, that's
Red Robin. Yum.
Red Robin. I don't see many advertisements.
Popeyes dumb.
No. Aaron and Papillion says Louis M's. That's a place that I haven't had probably in a decade. I think the last time I had Louis
Oh,
M's was
yeah.
when Michael Severe worked here the first time. And I think he took me out to lunch one time.
Wow, what a great guy.
Michael has bought me lunch many times.
Yeah, Michael's a good.
Michael brings us
Mike-
stuff
Mike's
all
a good
the time.
lunch buyer.
Yeah, he really, dude, he loves buying you lunch. Also,
He
make a
offered
bet
to-
with him. He'll buy you lunch.
I was talking one day about how I was jealous because Block 16 will always tweet out their lobster rolls that they're doing.
Uh-huh.
Me and Michael have sort of bonded over lobster rolls recently.
Nice.
He's like, I'll bring you one. I'm like, you're not going to, don't bring me a lobster roll. That would,
And did he?
no.
Oh, okay.
No, he hasn't. At my request.
So the thing that I want to try from Block 16 is whenever they send it out, it's the fried chicken thing that has like the cone inside of the tortilla. It's like a buffalo chicken something. It looks amazing. Every time I see it, I'm like, I want
Oh.
to try that. And then I just never
It's
do.
basically the equivalent of like a walking, like a gyro
Yeah.
kind of deal. Yeah, I've seen those.
It looks amazing. I've never had it.
I do love the places that have the
Ugh.
spinning meat, and then you slice it off.
Oh, like a Brazilian steakhouse?
Brazilian steakhouse or like a gyro place.
What's the new Brazilian steakhouse in Omaha?
Texas Day Brazil?
They should we would love to do a show from there. I would love to do a show. I would love it
yeah,
from
that'd-
Texas Day
That'd be
Brazil.
awesome.
How
Wow.
amazing would that be?
Jeff into the Zone Twitter feed. The
Hello.
maple bacon bourbon burger was sold out at the BK I stopped at
Of
in
course.
Indiana.
Of
A bunch
course.
of children went there apparently.
Mhm.
I guess. Wonder
Like-
I mean, I don't know if they'll ever reveal the final total votes. They'll just announce the winner. That one has to finish last.
Oh no.
That
because
is going to be the most
people will see it
polarizing.
in order it the most because it
Well,
looks
they'll-
like the thing that they like the most.
Right.
Oh,
But if they try all three,
that's sad.
I think barbecue and bacon have too much of a chokehold on society
Big barbecue, big bacon.
that I
Mm.
unfortunately think that Happer's right.
This is what I think with buffalo chicken. Great take, Nick.
Oh, they should have done a buffalo chicken Whopper.
no.
Have
No.
The buffalo Whopper.
you ever heard of this place? Kevin says Winchester's Bar has an amazing burger. I think it's past my longtime favorite Dinkers. What is Winchester's Bar? I don't even know what this is.
Winchester's?
Never heard of that. Where is that?
I usually know about the restaurants.
I'm
Winchester's
not-
Bar.
Familiar.
Oh, this is not in my neck of the woods. 72nd and Q.
Every
That's
second Q, dude.
That's way too far away from me.
It's Funplex.
Way too far away.
Is that in Funplex?
It's across the street from Funplex.
I think it's near that.
It's over by Warhorse, the proud sponsor of Fired Up for Football.
Thank
Well,
you,
then
Warhorse.
the Warhorse needs to have us over there, and then
We can try Winchester.
we can try Winchester.
4.4 stars on Google,
Is
Nick.
that by Big Red
Ooh.
Kino?
All right,
Or no,
I think it's by that.
Ralston Kino.
I think it's by that dumpling place or that new Chinese place.
Mm.
Oh, wow. One of the reviews from Connor, not Happer, said they had the oh wait, never mind. Mentioned the tenderloin trail. Oh no, and then they said the tenderloin itself had great seasoning too. Some type of herb. It was juicy and fried to perfection. I love pork tenderloins.
I do too.
also
Pork
do.
tenderloins are really good.
They're amazing. Go get ones from some of those places in Iowa. They are
Oh,
truly
yeah.
the
amazing.
small
Damn
town bars.
right.
They are great.
What's the one from Barrett's or Barley Corner, or is that the same place? That
Barrett's,
one has
yeah.
as good. Barrett's Barley Corner.
Back home, we have a place called Cliff's Place. It's been a staple in Manning for years. They just won the 2023 best
Did they?
pork tenderloin.
Cliffs. We'd
Yeah.
love to come out.
I had one at
It's
Schaefer's. I
Mike?
went on a Columbus tour once with him, and he took me to this weird bar in Columbus. And
Oh.
it was gigantic pork tenderloin, tiny baby bun.
Those are the best.
It was
Mhm.
great.
Those
Where
are
it's
the
like,
best.
how do I want to eat this thing today?
Glurs. That was it. Glurs. It was called Glurs.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, there it is.
That
the
was
Great
fun.
Whopper Showdown.
Wow. It's 2:30 already.
Yeah.
Sad.
Oh my god.
Your day is
Just
over.
guys
Not really.
naming burgers.
What do you have now? Is there a game
Bump,
tonight?
set,
Spike.
Oh, that's
Volleyball
right.
is
The rest of
fun.
those-
volleyball is fun.
Look at Happer.
Yep.
You're just working all the time.
Living
I
and
think
a
that's
working.
what we all do. We all just work all the time.
We
That's
do
fine.
work.
Taking what they're
It's fun.
given.
It's
Those are
easy.
Because
working
we're
for a
working
living.
for a living.
Nice.
I like the remake of that song they sang on a NASCAR track.
Who remade it?
I don't remember.
No one remakes Huey. No one touches Huey.
That's
you
the
leave,
power
you
of
leave
love.
my Huey alone.
Power of love. Is it a curious thing? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a curious thing.
Curious thing.
Makes a one man
Curious-
weep and another,
Another
man,
man
sing.
sing.
Change your hawk to a little white dove.
Little
More
Oh,
than
white
a
I always
feeling.
said to a little white girl.
Little white
No, little white
dove.
dove. More than a
I was
feeling.
like, that's a weird
It's
lyric.
That's the
power
power.
But it
of
was
love.
the 80s. You know, you're allowed to kind of sing whatever you want to.
Don't
in the
need
80s.
money.
Don't need
Don't
fame.
take fame.
Oh, don't take fame.
Don't
I
take
think.
fame.
Don't need no credit card to ride this train.
That's how we start the Friday show.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It should be
All
our new
right.
Friday tradition. Let's sing the
Let's
power
all
of
sing
love.
Huey Lewis and the News.
Sing the power of love.
Garth Brooks.
Okay, come on, guys. Next Friday. we're
Garth
gonna-
Brooks?
Yeah.
Go to hell, Garth Brooks.
well-
Nobody touches my Huey.
It was more of a duet. He did it with Huey.
Oh, all right.
Whatever he wants.
Yikes, Josh.
Day fight 1620 to karaoke. Now that is an idea
Hello.
for an event.
That's a bit.
That would be a great idea.
But all we do is, is this your phone? It's not mine.
Whose
Yeah,
phone
it
is
is.
this?
You don't have Kauffman Stadium on your background? It's
Hell
weird.
no. I got I still have my Rams Super Bowl champions one.
I have Coors
On mine.
Field as my banner.
Hi, Mr. Banks.
Except 1620, the karaoke, will just be humming along to sports themes. No, not this one. No, not this. Get this out of here. Get this out of here. You killed Charles Barkley, you bastards.
That was a great crossover. You know
Yes,
what?
it was. Happy
What?
New Year.
Happy New Year.
Us
Well-
eating burgers, you'll have to hear it again.
Yep.
Well, but we have to have the sequel to the one from yesterday when
That's
we
true.
argued over which one was the bet. You know what? And we
Play
still
these back to back.
we really couldn't tell which one was better.
Nick, we just did a whole hour for you. There you go.
Yep.
Thanks.
The best ofs.
Hell yeah. Go us.
All right. That's Crossover powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Tom Hanks is making fire,
have been fire.
and we are making a grum on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Shop Genesis of Southwest Omaha for your next luxury sedan or SUV. From the captivating Genesis G70 to the refined elegance of the Genesis GV80, our exhilarating
6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick.
You can feel it in the air, like lightning on the edge of the night. You can feel it everywhere, but the party time all over tonight.
Friday night's a great night for Hogo.
Nice. You did it.
I hate that name. It's dumb. Friday night's a great night for Hogo.
Hogo.
Well, welcome to the Grum on a Friday. John, Josh, and Nick now satisfied with Whoppers.
Whoppers.
Tum Tum is full.
Guess we're going to find out if they have any ill effects if we're all heading to the restroom at the same time.
Oh boy.
That'd be hard. Let's just do a remote from the bathroom.
Hey, not a bad idea.
I mean, we can hear the station in the bathroom, which is always nice.
That is true.
So that helps.
Mm-hmm.
Well, welcome to a One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain Brewing Company.
Let's go.
And the Grum Down brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. One win over the Cuckoo's Nest away from a bowl.
We've been saying it, John, for multiple weeks. Let's say it again.
It's the one win over the Cuckoo's Nest Bowl for Nebraska. I mean, USC still has to win 2 more.
That's true. They're 4-5. Remember when they beat LSU and we were like, wow, they're a playoff team. And then they lost to Michigan. And then we still kind of bought into them after that.
They were still ranked.
They were. And they had that great game against Penn State, though they blew it because they had a lead late in the game. And now here they are trying to win 2 more games. And after
literally every loss they have blown a lead in.
Dude, the stats about
and many of them in the last minute.
Yeah, as I started looking into them more and more, and you see what's happened to them in the fourth quarter, it is absolutely brutal. And after Nebraska, they have 2 rivals. They have the suddenly playing a whole lot better UCLA Bruins, who has a game tonight versus Washington. And then they have playoff contending, needing to do everything they can to just whoop up on teams so the committee won't keep them out. Notre Dame. Yeah, exactly.
Will we be able to ID where and how this offense will be different?
Good question.
College football weekend, beware of dog. Desperate dog.
You talking about Georgia?
Desperate dog.
Yeah, they're desperate indeed.
Sounds like an off-brand cartoon that would show up on Nickelodeon at 2 a.m.
Hey, it's the Adventures of Desperate Dog.
Yeah, and then if you give it a little, if you give it a little different tinge, it could be on Adult Swim. And Desperate Dog is like a junkie.
Yeah.
There you go.
Say Desperate Dog sounds more like a Nicktoons cartoon. Like they would just straight to Nicktoons.
We're all over the map with Desperate Dog.
NFL weekend, big AFC showdowns. Kent's Movie Club is back,
folks,
with Woman of the Hour.
And Nick has his pick for.
I was wondering
whenever we do it again.
Well,
it won't be next week, and it won't be 2 weeks. It will be December.
It'll be 3 weeks.
We are back
from today.
We'll be saying Merry Christmas, Kent.
No, we won't.
Yeah, we will.
It's not Christmas.
We'll be
until
saying
December 25th.
Happy holidays.
Wonderful Christmas time.
Today, we play the Need to Get to 6 game. We figured if you can watch us stuff our faces during the crossover, we can stuff your faces with cops, right? That's
absolutely.
We have $50 vouchers to cops.
It was this week's zone deal.
Yes, it was.
Indeed, it was.
I'm guessing it's sold. I never got an email. I'm guessing it's sold out because they always do.
Yeah, it's food.
People love food.
I love food. We just ate food. It was awesome, Nick.
We got our key party and our predictions. Oh, I just remembered. I forgot to send those to you.
Oh, no graphic.
I mean, I can.
You can whip it up during the interviews that we got going on today.
Yeah, I could do something.
All right, perfect.
And it is a cross strain 1 Beer Friday.
There is one Cops half-off deal left.
Get there now. Go
right
now. 1620thezone.com. Click on the
I'm going to tweet
zone
it out.
deals.
I'm going to tweet it out. One more zone deal.
Man. You got to do this. There
you go.
It's $50 worth of stuff for $25.
It is at 1620 The Zone on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Grab it.
If you would like to get it, $25, you get $50 worth of food.
I can't believe there's one more.
I know. I was stunned.
That is ridiculous.
You know what else is on 1620thezone.com?
The 25th anniversary stuff?
Nick Baugh's video came out today.
Oh, man. Who interviewed him? I bet that guy asked great questions. It was me. Oh, yeah, it was me.
You know, Nick Baugh's show was the first show I ever produced by myself.
Game Time?
Yep.
I talked about Game Time with Nick quite a bit because everyone, and it was like the first question I asked him, everyone always mentions Schick and Nick. And no shade, I love Schick and Nick. I wanted to ask about Game Time, though. Because, he's always known for Schick and Nick.
Nick is a very busy guy, but I sent him a text one day. I'm like, hey, I just want to, thank you. Thinking about where I am now. I started on the show with you, and you were super cool because I didn't know what I was doing.
What did he say?
Never got back to me.
Because he's busy, Nick.
That's what I'm saying. He's busy.
Wow.
By the way, Nick, I still get some of your emails.
Nice.
Well, his email address was also nick@1620thezone.com, which, speaking of emails, you can send your emails to us. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, into the Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. Banking is taken personally, and phones are answered on the first ring.
Shout out, Doug.
Shout out to old man Doug.
Yeah.
And the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Might as well put up a poll question.
Oh, we have not done that.
We have not put up our game poll question. Pick us a winner, Bobby. Nebraska and USC. The spread is at 7.5 points.
How about that? What's up with this line movement? John? What's going on here? Does Vegas know that maybe Nebraska has a new OC who's a much better play caller than the other guy? I think that's what's going on.
I have no idea. I have no idea what is going on and why it's doing what it's doing, but it is doing what it is doing. And you can hit us up anytime in the on the hotline, 402-951-1620. 42 degrees the source by your mom's house.
I've seen
it.
Okay,
I just realized something. Castaway is on here in the background. And the thing that he uses to build his life raft is 3/4 of a porta potty. How the hell does a porta potty end up in the middle of the ocean?
Remember, he was on a FedEx plane.
Yeah, but they weren't. Why would a porta potty?
If you need to get it somewhere, maybe
people ship porta potties places, John.
Yeah, they got to fly them places.
I think
I feel
very
bad.
Sus.
I feel bad for all the fish that were on the other end of the broken porta potty.
Poll question is now out, by the way. Go vote on it. Nebraska 7.5 point underdog at USC. What's going to happen? The wrong team is favored. Nebraska cover. USC wins, or USC wins by 8+. Go vote right now.
I forget. He uses that as the sail.
Yeah.
He builds the raft out of the wood. He uses that as the sail.
The production of this movie is fascinating because he like actually lost weight. So he gained weight for the movie.
Yeah.
And they filmed the first part, and then he took a lot of time off and he lost a lot of the weight, and he grew his beard. That was a real beard.
Yeah.
It wasn't a pretend beard.
Good for him.
Shout out to Tom Hanks.
Shout out to Tom
It's a good
Hanks.
movie. And it's a great movie because, again, it immortalizes the Rams' first Super Bowl win on film.
That was a great team. I love that Rams
I
team.
marked out when
I didn't know you. I would have rooted against
when
them.
they mentioned that in the movie. I stood up. I stood up in the theater and I cheered.
You
I
said,
said,
"Pardon me,
my team.
Pardon me.
That's my team that beat Tennessee by 1 yard. By 1 yard.
Oh, come on. We have one listener out there who might be sad about this fact.
And Odson.
Oh, wait, there is that other
One
Ian
answer,
Odson.
one listener with two personalities.
So there are three people for sure that listen to the show that are Titans fans. There's Jed, there's Josh, and then there's another listener named Scott. What's up with all these Titans fans in Omaha?
It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, that 99 team really must.
The Oilers had really cool colors, and
they did.
tagged along.
They did, and then they ruined it all by moving to Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
They
And now, oh wait, they're still in Nashville.
Yeah,
Did they move somewhere else first? They were in Memphis.
They were in Memphis.
Yeah, yeah.
They
They're in
used to
Memphis.
have a good song, but then the Dolphins took it after they died.
Actually, the songs I think came out at about the
Miami
same
Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins.
time. No,
It's a catchy song.
No,
It's so good.
Houston Oilers.
Sorry.
Houston Oilers.
When the Texans name themselves back to the Oilers, I will.
Well, they won't because
It's so stupid. They need to give that back. They'd be
should've
so
given
much
it back.
cooler. Texans is such a dumb name.
It's pretty dumb.
Yeah. Nick, did you know that the Kansas City Chiefs used to play in Dallas and they were called the Dallas
Yes,
Texans? Oh,
I did know that.
wow. Look at you. I'm so proud of you, Nick.
I know things.
Yeah. You made it back in time for the show.
I knew I would.
There was not a difference in any of the quality of the burger, so I don't know if it was worth it, but you did it.
Yeah, it's fair.
I believe in you.
I filmed myself. There might be content coming out. Of it.
Hey, there you go.
I'll
Never
have to
mind.
go through the footage. I don't know. A lot of it was kind of
shaky.
No, it wasn't shaky. Well, some of it was shaky. It was very thought diarrhea. You know.
Oh, nice.
Thought diarrhea.
There's
that's
another
Nick's
word.
podcast.
There's another word I wanted to use, but I couldn't think. I can't think of what it.
Hence
is.
it being diarrhea.
So you defaulted to diarrhea.
Listen,
Diarrhea.
There were a couple people in our hallway today that we work with that were talking very loudly about their diarrhea habits while I was trying to work.
Classic NRG Omaha.
So I just got it on my brain, I guess.
Very much so. All right. Well, that is the Grum.
Welcome.
It's a Friday. We hope you've had a great week. We'll try to end it on a positive when we come back. How can this offense look different? I have 4 areas where I think it could look different. Also, there has been some interesting reaction outside of the Nebraska bubble to this move. Pros and cons. We'll have those. And also, people forget, there are 2 nutcases in this game. You got the Nebraska nutcase, you got the USC nutcase.
Dude, they got some problems.
They got problems, but they might have an escape pod.
Uh-oh.
We'll explain.
Okay.
Not for the game, an escape pod.
Oh, for the Lincoln Riley era?
From their coach.
Oh, that's exciting.
Who comes at a big price.
I'm sure that one beat writer from yesterday on the Happer show is a big fan of that.
Would be very happy.
Oh, yeah.
They might have 2 droids that go down to a desert planet.
Wow. Let's go to break, John.
16-20 zone. Reminder, get those picks in. This is it. Final week. There is no more 4-quarter pick'em after this weekend. So if you have not yet done so, get your picks in. $2,500 is on the line. We've been doing it for now 10 weeks. This is it, the final one. So please get those picks in. Take advantage. Go to 1620thezone.com right now and make it happen.
And a reminder, sign up for the 1620 the email newsletter, because when we do fun contests like this in the future, you will get early access, opportunities to win faster than other people, tiebreaker scenarios, all of that and more right now. Just go to 1620thezone.com.
YouTube user wants to know,
oh, hello.
Is there a fun story behind watching that Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah, John, you've told the story before.
Have I?
Yeah, about the end of the game and how you thought that they were going to call it a touchdown, so you'd never really got a chance to celebrate, and you were just rolling around on the ground like a child.
Yeah.
My words, not yours.
Yeah.
Kicking his feet.
It was kind of like that. Well,
I want the bourbon burger.
It was kind of a hesitation because it was obvious that, Dyson didn't make the end
But you
zone.
don't trust referees.
But I don't trust referees.
So you thought
because they're idiots.
Yeah, you were like they might
actually give it to them.
And there wasn't review in 1999-2000, was there? So if they would have scored a touchdown, it would have stood. Or was there review? When did challenges come?
You might be right. I think you're right. I don't think there was review in 1999.
Let's see. So there was an instant replay system in 91. Oh wait, never mind. Current system was put into use in 1999. So there you go.
Oh,
so they would
okay.
have fixed it.
All right, maybe.
In theory, they would.
Unless they looked at it and go, I don't know. Anyway, no, the other story behind that game was because, the Rams led and then the Titans came back and tied the game, and my stepson, who was rooting for Tennessee just because he didn't want to see my team win.
Nice. Classic stepson behavior.
And so he was rooting when Tennessee scored kicked the field goal, tied the game. Rams come back, first play after the kickoff. Kurt Warner in the face of that blitz, rainbows the ball down the right sideline. The Reverend Ike, adjusting for it is Isaac Bruce.
Great call.
Makes the catch, runs in the end zone.
Bruce.
And as soon as he runs into the end zone, I jump off the edge of the couch where I was sitting the whole game because he was laying down on the floor. You know how kids will lay down on the floor with a pillow looking up at the TV?
Classic kid behavior.
I jumped off the edge of the couch, got in front of him between him and the television, and did the Degeneration X. Suck it!
Wow.
In front of him.
I'm sure your wife responded very well to this.
Well, we had friends over. We had
oh, wow. So I bet she really responded well to that.
Oh, yeah, she was.
That's awesome.
What a saint your wife must be, John. Putting up with you.
Don't give her any ideas.
Nice.
Don't give her any ideas. So we found out today, because we know many of you really, 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 really care about these things, how much Dana Holgerson is getting paid.
Thank you, Nick. Holgo, the
Holgo,
Oko.
We know now how much he's getting paid.
Holgo, the Oko.
How about this number? Nick, have you seen the number? Have you seen how much he is making?
I've been busy today.
That's true. You were driving around Omaha. As Josh Otson referred to it on the Connor Happer Show, 10 to 2 weekdays on 1620 The Zone.
Nice.
He called it the devil's number.
Oh.
It is very close to the mark of the beast.
Yeah.
Now, he's not making $666 because that would be a very...
$66.06?
That would be a very minute number of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
He is making $66,667.
They made it 7 because they didn't want it to look suspicious, right?
I mean, it already kind of did.
There's got to be some legalese in there, because remember, whatever he earns, there's a deferment to the payment that he gets from his buyout in Houston.
Yes, which is why he is not going to make a whole lot of money when he is Nebraska's offensive coordinator, because his buyout in Houston is a lot of money.
Or when he ends up somewhere.
No, John, don't say that. When he is Nebraska's OC, as YouTube user points out, it's $800,000 a year.
Yeah, but that's less compelling.
That is, yes, it is. And it's also a lot less money than what Marcus Satterfield is now making to coach tight ends, as some people say.
as some people say. So, we know what that dollar figure is.
Yeah.
So the question, because it's been the one that we're all wondering, is how and where does this offense look different? And a lot of people, when we've talked about this, have said, well, I don't know if there's going to be that much of a change, because how much can you change in a short period of time? It's basically taking a 9-month process and shortening it to 9 days with really only 3 practices. They practiced 3 times this week. I think there are 4 things that could or maybe should be noticeable.
Okay.
And the first one is easy. The first one is pace.
Yes.
I think the offense will play with more pace. Now, it could adjust if it turns into a shootout and we find out Nebraska's defense can't stop them, that maybe they'll dial it back a little bit to try to take the air out of the ball, depending on the game situation. But I think at least to start, and the intention will be to play with a lot more pace, not bringing the play clock down. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't huddle.
I mean, we have seen the offense play a little bit better this season when they have not had to huddle.
Right.
When they've been forced to move at a quicker pace because of an end-to-half scenario.
It might be what do they call it? The muddle huddle or whatever they call it.
Yeah. When they're all just kind of standing and moving towards the line of scrimmage together.
And possibly, now, this isn't really one of my 4 things, but maybe in an effort to do that and not allow teams to sub.
Mm-hmm.
So, you kind of rush to the line and you get in position. And, of course, the other team's not going to sub, because if you snap it, you're screwed. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw that. But I do think the first and probably most obvious thing that we'll see on Saturday is pace. There will be more pace to the offense.
I think it's a great place to start, just because of how we've seen his offenses in the past and what you just mentioned about how we've kind of seen that already happen, with Nebraska this year. So they can do it. How does that show itself? And do they end up finding themselves in a rhythm, or does it actually result in a negative where they're going 3 and out and they're doing so in a really quick amount of time?
Yeah. I think the second thing that we'll see will be quick reads, quick throws, where you'll have some play calls where it's just a quick 1, 2, 3, boom, throw it. Just nothing where you're reading anything.
Where you're looking around the whole
where you're
defense.
going from your A, your B, your C read, where it's just, all right, here's the play. It's 1, 2, 3 steps out with the football. Might even see some wide receiver screens. We really haven't seen that. Remember, that used to be the play du jour that got people all pissed off, the sideways passing.
Yeah, will we see Thomas Fidone on a screen pass? Let's hope not.
I would not be surprised if we did see at least some, dare I say, sideways passing, because that is kind of a staple of just
hope that it actually works this time.
Now, of course,
get it to players who are meant to have the ball, moving laterally.
Now, the catch to that was you got to have perimeter blocking. And we know how that has gone. But even beyond that, I do think you're going to get some quick reads, quick throws.
Okay.
To build Dylan some confidence, to get some pace going, and just pick up quick yards without necessarily the run game. So that's the second thing I think we'll see. I think the third thing that we will see, or at least an emphasis on, will be in the red zone.
And how does that show itself?
And I think, we were talking about it on Jack's show this morning, but who are the players you think are going to benefit most or see the most impact? One is obviously Dylan, because he is the trigger man.
Sure.
The other is Thomas Fidone.
Oh,
Thomas Fidone has no touchdowns this year.
No, he does not.
We thought he would be, at least I thought he would be, a red zone weapon. I think
he's gotten close a couple times but hasn't scored.
I think one of the areas that we should see, if there's any area where you can actually expect some improvement, whether or not you believe in how much familiarity he has in the players and the awkwardness of this very quick turnaround, I just think that play calling in general in the red zone will be maybe more aggressive. his numbers in the red zone have always been good for his teams, going back, all the way back. And I'll bring up the chart from the ones we've been quoting the last few weeks. Red zone, it's the furthest column to the right for those of you watching in the stream. His teams have, always been over 78%. Now, you look at some of the rankings, and the rankings don't blow your way. A lot of his teams in West Virginia were in the 70s and 80s in terms of red zone scoring percentage. But
this is a great point. But you got to look at that is being compared to other teams in the seasons. Look at the red zone percentage of scoring.
Yeah.
Because that is where you'll notice, oh my gosh, way better than Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska's currently at 68.8%.
Yeah, the lowest that he had.
What we're talking here is one more score.
Yeah, the lowest that he had, that's a great point, by the way. It's just one more score. We're not asking for him to change the world here. Lowest percentage that he had was in
78.
His last year at West Virginia. They were 100th in the country. They were at 78.8%.
And they were still 10% better than Nebraska is currently.
So think about that. So don't look at the ranking, just look at the number itself. And you're going to see a lot of stuff above 80. John, they're above 80 in all but 1 year. They are above 84 in most of the years. And it's above 90 a few times in 1 year. He was not the head coach, but all the way back in 2009 at Houston. 100%, which is just stupid. 100% red zone scoring. At the very least, so could that number, now the number on the overall season will probably not climb to 80. But man, if they could get that thing to 74%, 75%, that would be a massive dub. Massive.
And then the fourth thing that I think you can see in this offense that will look different is there will be some kind of a plan for third down, obvious passing situations. What have we seen in recent weeks? Teams coming right through the A-gap and getting right in Dylan's face and forcing him either to get the ball out of his hands quicker than he wants to or flush him out of the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, because, if USC is doing any of its homework, if Nebraska's in a 3rd and 7, that they're going to try to do something very similar to that. Because why wouldn't you? It works. He is, I don't have the PFF numbers, but I would guess that, Dylan's numbers against the blitz, not great. And a lot of it is because of what has happened recently, and that is get to third down in obvious passing situations. Here they come. Dylan's got to get flushed, and then you see it where he got nowhere to throw, and he just lobs one out of bounds. Or in some cases, he's had to take a sack. I think there will be some kind of a counter, some kind of a plan for the third down blitz. What that is, I don't know, but we'll see something, whether it's, being able to correctly position, if you can, try to telegraph and see it coming, a quick hot read, or some kind of counter. But those are the four things I think you can look for in terms of things that might obviously change. Certainly in personnel groupings.
Well, I'm happy you said that, because I wanted to read this comment from Adam. He texted in the show. How about not constantly subbing for no reason while trying to play up tempo? We talk about the substitutions patterns that they have had for a while and how confusing they can be at times. That could certainly be one thing. In response to the screen discussion, Mustache Adam, if you want to incorporate sideways throwing, throw some slants. You have some big bodies who can use their size for inside leverage and get decent yardage. Zach emailed in something along those lines too.
But do keep in mind, USC's got some big defensive backs too.
They do.
Maybe that's a problem. We'll see.
Yeah. Zach said something along those lines too of, screens don't have to be bad. It's just that don't use Thomas Fidone. And yeah, for the record, I'm not anti-screen. I love screen passes. You just got to block them and execute them properly.
That was the one thing I was most excited about.
Yeah, for sure.
Was to see, hey, there's a quarterback that actually executes a screen pass.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't been really on the quarterback or the running back. It's been on the blocking.
Yeah.
That's why the screen pass has been blown up as it is. And it just eventually just became a crutch because they didn't have anything else. And maybe some of that is on Dylan because of either his hesitation to make the right read, or maybe there were some injuries that were limiting him. And I think this is partially where, Matt Rule's defense of Satterfield has been in going back and saying, hey, the players need to be executing too. I think some of that falls on his quarterback. It's not all just, he called too many screen passes. No, it's maybe they were forced into that because, there were other things that weren't working. And so, we got to call something that we think we can execute.
And that's what they could.
And that's what they did.
By the way, you were mentioning when Dylan Raiola is pressured. Jed just sent some numbers. So when he is kept clean, he is averaging, or he's completing rather, 70.6% of his passes, 7.1 yards per attempt, 7 touchdowns, 7 picks. When he's under pressure, so this is under pressure, I'll have the blitz numbers too for you. 46.2% completion percentage, 6.7 yards per, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. When blitzed, 59.3% completion percentage, 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
All right, so now I'd be curious to see, especially the last couple of games, when that, I'm sure those numbers have gone down.
Definitely. Yeah, a lot of that's the last month. By the way, you mentioned earlier which players could benefit from this. And of course, you mentioned Dylan Raiola, and then you mentioned Tony. I thought you were going to mention Ja'Cory Barney because he is a player, and Michael Severe, he's talked about it multiple times this week, given how Holgorsen used Tavon Austin at West Virginia back in the day. What could this mean for Ja'Cory Barney? He has really come on strong. We really liked him earlier in the year. He has become, the most consistent wide receiver they have, even with his size. But that speed is just so good, man. I would just love if they were able to get him the ball with a little bit of space where he's moving.
Yeah,
where they could really take advantage of that rather than just all this stuff kind of behind the line of scrimmage.
So those are some areas where I think you can see some differences. There were some interesting comments in articles published today, both from the On3 network. Reaction from the outside world.
Yes.
To this move of bringing in Dana Holgorsen. One was from National On3. I think it was it Pete Nakos who may have written this?
I believe so.
I believe it was. They spoke to what they cite as an industry source who said, I'm interested to see the first couple drives and how they script against USC, but I do think this, having a guy like Dana gives you immediate credibility when it comes to Dylan's staying power at Nebraska and having someone that has developed a bunch of quarterbacks in college football. If you're Dylan Raiola and you're making this NIL money right now, you deserve to have the best person on your staff offensively leading the way. It's giving Dylan the resources he needs to be successful. Let's pause on that for just a moment.
Okay.
When it comes to Dylan's staying power at Nebraska. Right now, you have to assume that there are folks trying to get in touch with Dylan or people near him, whether it be his dad or others, who are saying, hey,
are you sure you want to stay there? Are you sure you want to be there?
We see that things aren't going so well there.
Doesn't he want to get to the pros?
Would you like to, come here? We've got this, we've got that, and that stuff is happening. And this is not a
no.
That Dylan's looking for this.
It's just obvious.
Or his family.
It's just obvious.
People are going to be reaching out.
Hey, we talked about Michigan yesterday. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? That's a school. I know Dave Portnoy, he is a Michigan guy, and he has been apparently throwing around massive numbers, on Barstool about this. Like, that's one school that I think about. And there are many others, that we should certainly be wondering if it's happening. I've not heard it has or hasn't, but I'm guessing it has. I'd be stunned if it hadn't.
You have to assume anymore that it is happening. Tampering is happening everywhere.
Yeah, for sure.
I guarantee you there are people probably were inquiring about Ja'Cory Barney, for example.
Yeah.
Maybe a James Williams. Who knows? Anyone that's young and has
of the young players.
Any of the good young players that, might have some potential.
Yeah.
And it's happening to other teams as well.
Yeah.
More. He says, I don't think, this is the industry source quoted by On3, I don't think, given where they were the last few weeks and needing to do something, that there's not much risk. You're not giving a guy a 5-year contract right now. You're bringing someone in who you feel comfortable enough to hand the keys over from a play calling standpoint. But you're not making any more commitments beyond that at the moment. If it goes great, you can continue to work towards the goal of keeping Holgorsen there as long as he wants to stay. And if it doesn't work, well, at least he tried something. Which is interesting because does a Dana Holgorsen need a tryout period?
No, you'd assume not, but
I don't think the motivation behind this was to try something. Hey, we'll do this now because maybe we'll do it next year. I mean, honestly, it's being done to get the win. It's being done to get the 6th win. We asked the question yesterday, if Nebraska already had the 6th win, would they do this? I don't think they would have. I think I don't. That's not to say that Holgorsen wasn't going to be considered for next year. But the reason why they're pulling the trigger on it today is to A, make it look like they are doing something, and because B, they're trying to get the 6th win. Mm-hmm. That's the motivation, in my opinion, why this is happening.
And again,
not that it's a try.
And one of the things I was thinking about this morning was they tried to bring him in January. They did not, they ultimately were unable to land him for whatever reason. I was told it was because he didn't want to be an analyst, right? So now he joins and he's an OC. I wonder if Rule has regret for just not moving on from Satterfield in the offseason and bringing in Holgorsen then.
I would assume so.
Because it's like if he was kicking the tires on him joining the program, but he decided not to move on. Here's the other question. Was he thinking about moving on from him then? Or has this season just gone so sideways in a way that he did not expect it to, that he felt like he just had to do this for the future of the program?
Then there was a quote from someone outside the program from the Cons perspective, and this was from Sip, who spoke to a former Big Ten assistant and mentioned that no one's talking about the players. They've been listening to the same voice, Satterfield's, in spring, fall, and now you have a bye week. What's Rule always talking about? The process, right? Clearly, he doesn't believe in his own process because he's not letting it play out. I mean, you're bringing in a guy in the bye week. What the hell?
Hey, this guy should be listening to the Grum because you've said that exact stuff. Is this you? Are you Sipple's source?
Yeah, I'm a former Big Ten assistant.
That sounds exactly like the exact stuff that you have said.
The Weasel Bishop.
Seriously, all the stuff in there.
I didn't bring up the point about listening to the same voice, but that is true. And I think that is something that's very valid, is no one's talking about the players. How are they reacting to all of this? That we do not know.
We don't.
And if this is greeted with, confetti and marching bands, I would assume it will play out on the field tomorrow as a motivated team that's ready to go. If it's a team that is further despondent because a change was made, I think that will show itself on the field tomorrow.
Yeah, Sipple talked about it when he was on with Happer earlier, that, he talked about the perimeter blocking and how it's like when you're 6'4", 220 and you're unable to do that, that's about want to. I wonder if we see a different level of want to tomorrow from guys on Nebraska's offense. I mean, in one way, been an indictment on a lot of stuff. And I would say the individuals themselves. I'd say if you are a player, if the wide receiver blocking, let's say, is better tomorrow than it has been all year, I would say, oh, wow, interesting.
Message got through.
Yeah, but I'd also say, why couldn't you have done this earlier? But that is going to be something to keep an eye on. How does the new voice show itself in a positive way? We'll find out.
When we continue, Kent's Movie Club is coming up, but we'll look at the mental side of things from a USC perspective coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. Football weekend is finally here. And if you enjoy football, you can enjoy all this weekend has to offer with the only sports book that gives you all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand, Circa Sports Iowa. Props, live in-game lines that update every break, and of course, those incredible tight money line splits make Circa Sports Iowa your number one companion throughout the entire football season. Let's take a small sampling of the many games available to you this weekend, shall we? Maryland, minus 195 to beat the Rutgers. Florida and LSU have a point total of 56. And by the way, Nebraska, plus 235 dogs to USC. And on the pro side of things, a couple of games I have my eye on are the Steelers, plus 155 to beat the Ravens, and the Bills, minus 129 to beat the Chiefs. Like I said earlier, this is just a small sampling of the many, many, many things available for you right now, anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Well, we all know about Nebraska's issues going into this game.
All of them, John?
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, we've been covering the team all season, so yeah.
Maybe they're fighting behind the scenes and we don't even know about it, though.
Maybe one of them has had to use the bathroom a bunch, and that could be a problem on game day.
Possibly. But USC's got their own issues. Obviously, the Lincoln Riley era has not gone as they had hoped. You know, such a big deal was made about them being able to swoop in and steal him away from Oklahoma. And while the confirmation of exactly what he is making is not known, many people believe it's north of $100 million over a few years. But now the NCAA has put the school on probation over having some improper contact. Too many assistants, basically. Similar to what
Too many cooks.
Frost was being accused of a few years ago.
It's been 10 years since
Too many cooks.
They also got fined $50,000. Now,
hey, real quick, how stupid is it that they're getting in trouble for something you're now allowed to do?
Right.
You know,
I mean, it's all in the rearview mirror.
What are we doing?
Exactly.
Come on, that's ridiculous.
But that's besides the point, whether or not you agree, disagree, whatever the case may be. But the fact that the school is on probation, as long as the school is on probation.
Yeah.
While we don't have details of his contract.
Come on, Lincoln.
Matt Hayes wrote today in USA Today that this could be USC's get out of jail free card. Because
you could fire him for cause.
Because most contracts have some kind of clause in them where if the coach gets the school in trouble and the coach is found to be responsible or at least have a role in the program getting in trouble, that they can fire with cause.
That's what happened with Tennessee.
Meaning they don't have to pay the massive buyout.
That's what happened with Tennessee a few years ago when they moved on from Jeremy Pruitt. He was paying players with money.
Was there something with Scott Frost and having too many assistants?
Yes, he got in trouble for it. Now, they didn't fire him for that.
No.
They could have, though, right? Could they have done a similar thing to this?
But I don't think Nebraska put on probation.
No.
I don't think they were put on
Interesting.
probation.
No.
Okay, sorry.
So this is like ramped up a little further.
A little bit further. But again, you know, in the grand scheme of things, is it going to keep USC from being able to recruit or go to bowl games or be on television? No. None of those
Of course not.
traditional NCAA penalties are not at stake here. But just being on probation and reading from the story, a sports agent familiar with college coaching contracts said USC would be foolish not to include the specific NCAA clause. Without it, Riley would be free to flout NCAA rules without repercussion. This is the same thing that allowed Tennessee to get out from under Jeremy Pruitt's contract.
Yeah. And so they wanted to move on from him for a variety of reasons. It wasn't the paying of players. It was because he was a bad coach.
Yeah.
Because he was a bad fit. Because they wanted to win football games again.
But they can hide under the cover of
Bingo.
And under the legalese.
Hey, look, you shouldn't have done that. You got in trouble. We're not going to pay.
Contract says.
We're not going to pay your buyout. And what is different about that, or what is similar, I guess, is like it doesn't seem like they like this guy at all. It does not seem like he is a good fit. I know we've made a couple of jokes about the guest that Happer had on yesterday, Scott Wolf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they are out on this man. He does not seem to, quote unquote, get it about being the head coach of USC. You know, we talk around here about what does it mean to be a Nebraska football coach and like the things that you need to do to kind of ingratiate yourself. Mm-hmm. One of the things when I think of USC, and, you know, we only really know, or maybe we compare programs to how they were when we were growing up, getting into the sport. So for me, USC will always be glitz and glamour, high-flying offenses, one of the best recruiting programs in the country, talent all over the place. That's what I think of when I think of USC, because when I grew up, Pete Carroll was their coach. But I also think of them being an open program, a program that brought people in versus pushing people away, celebrities, the media, And Lincoln Riley, like we were trying to get a guest. We ended up not being able to get him. But we were trying to get the guest on or a writer on who got suspended or had his credential revoked last year for asking a simple question off to the side of I believe a wide receiver. Luca Evans is the reporter's name. And that scenario happened. And like, I know like, oh, hey, a media member caping for another media member. I get it. If you want to think that, that's totally fine. But just that type of stuff, like operating in the way in which he does is, I mean, first of all, you're in a pro market, so like, I don't think he's handling that well. At Oklahoma, they won games. He didn't win a national title, but he won the Big 12 almost every year, got to the playoff, and he had a bunch of Heisman Trophy winners, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you're at a school like that and you're winning like that, you are able to kind of do whatever you want. If Matt Rule or whomever ever gets Nebraska, they're going to be able to bend things to their will around them. You cannot do that in USC because it's a pro sports market. And so I all of that to say, there's a part of me that wonders if they might just do that this offseason and say, we're good. This is not going the way anyone thought it would. Their best year was year one. They were worse in year two. And I would say now they are worse in year three. I would say that they have gotten worse in all 3 years. Mm-hmm. And you know what's funny? Kind of did at Oklahoma too. His best team was his first one, in my opinion. That was the one that lost to Georgia in the Rose Bowl. Then go look at the playoffs. Like, they're still good. They're in the playoffs. They get beat by a lot. And then they get beat by even more. And then they miss the playoffs. And then he leaves.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting.
So that's the cloud that this program is working under right now.
Mm-hmm.
The crazy thing is, all of their losses have been by one score. All of their losses have been in the last minute.
Yeah, they're very much Nebraska 2021. Very much.
So they're not getting blown out, which is usually the universal sign for a program that is checked out or is quitting.
Yeah,
is when you get blown out. So that hasn't happened. But you wonder at what point does the dam break if there is lack of trust within that organization.
Yeah, look at the teams they've lost to this year. Outside of Penn State, they have lost to teams that are lesser than them. Mm-hmm. Michigan obviously won a natty, but they're certainly a less than version. So then this week they have Nebraska. USC has more talent. Then they have UCLA. USC has more talent. But then they play Notre Dame. And that's a team, and we mentioned this earlier, that's a team that right now I think is pedal to the metal. Mm-hmm. Don't just win with style. Win with a large margin of victory, because you don't want to give the committee any chance to keep you out. They might lose tomorrow. They might lose next Saturday or whenever they play 2 weeks from now. They will lose to Notre Dame. And that game, I think, could be a bloodbath. I think that game could be bad because Notre Dame, again, wants to stick it to them. And so that is something to keep an eye on with them is, are they at the end of the Lincoln Riley road? I would probably bet on no. I'd probably bet on he comes back and it's kind of a put up or shut up year in year mm-hmm. 4. But you know what? I also wonder, because we got a text from Adam. And Adam texted the show at 402-951-1620, basically like, hold your horses a little bit. It's year one of the Big Ten. I do wonder how that is playing a part in this too. How do they feel? Because again, look at the teams they've lost to. Michigan, big brand, yes. Not last year's Michigan. Look at the other teams they've lost to. Maryland.
Lost to Maryland. Lost to Minnesota.
Yeah. That's like, okay. It's one thing if they would have lost to like Michigan, Penn State, Oregon, Notre Dame, but to lose to those types of, and if a 5-4 Nebraska team clips them, if a UCLA team at 500 clips them, that's interesting.
My guess is I don't know if the Big Ten stuff's weighing into these decisions right now.
Yeah.
That'd be my gut feeling, is that it's not, because he was brought in to make USC football great again.
Yeah.
And they haven't been great.
No. They're regressing. They're getting worse.
They haven't been great.
No.
I mean, certainly he could probably argue for it, but as the USA Today story points out, USC might have an out now if it wants to use it.
That would be fascinating. I've been wrong about coaching hirings before. I was way wrong about Scott Frost. This is one that I am stunned by. I am blown away that this guy, I think one of the best offensive minds of his generation, is struggling. Like they are, go back to when they entered the Pac-12 championship game at 11-1 in his first year, and then look at their record since. Mm-hmm. They are putrid at USC, man. It's wild.
Coming up next, we'll take a quick look around a couple of the big NFL matchups this weekend. Kent's Movie Club is straight ahead, so Don't go anywhere. Got plenty to come. 1620 The Zone. Two huge matchups in the AFC and a couple of others that are a bit under the radar, though one is on Sunday night. But a lot of the attention this week is on the AFC side of things because you've got the Ravens and the Steelers battling for the top spot in the North. And you, of course, have the big rivalry between the Bills and the Chiefs as Buffalo tries to be the one to hand Kansas City their first loss of the year. But the other two games that are rather intriguing, and one is an intra-conference game. It's not just an AFC game, but the Broncos and the Falcons.
Yeah.
Two teams that currently are playoff teams. And then Sunday night, you have the Bengals who desperately need to start stringing together wins against the LA Chargers, who are 6-3. They've beaten the bad teams. They've lost to the good teams. Where does Cincinnati fall into all of this? Are they a good team or a bad team? By the record, they're a bad team. But based on how they play, they're a good team. I mean, if there was a game for the Bengals to make a statement,
this would be the one.
This is the one.
Hell, they almost made one
road.
last Thursday. Your favorite media personality, Bill Simmons, he has long referred to teams, some teams as like a bad good team or a good bad team. And I do think that the Bengals are a good bad team. I think that of the top of the group of bad, they are the best. I think that they are solid, and their record does not indicate how good of a football team they are. But how many times have we heard around here, you are what your record says you are. And it does kind of fit where they just, something is missing about them this year. They're just a little bit certainly less than their contemporaries in the AFC North and in Pittsburgh and in Baltimore. I think that they take care of business versus the teams that are not very good. And then they go up against good teams. You know, like the Eagles won again last night. Look at the game that they had against the Eagles, Cincinnati. They lost by multiple scores. Like they kind of got run off the field in the second half. So you would think that this would maybe be their best opportunity. And I know that I'm a Harbaugh guy, but I'm very impressed with what he has done in year one. He is shaping that franchise into his image yet again. You know, he did it with San Francisco. He did it with Michigan. He did it with Stanford. But line play, good defense, don't make mistakes. And I think this is a fascinating matchup from their side because I think they can absolutely be a playoff team. They are entering into a tough stretch, though, where starting with this game versus Cincinnati, as I pull up their schedule real fast, you know, I know they still have the Chiefs coming up again. So they have Cincinnati on Sunday night. Then they have a Monday night game against the Ravens. Then they have the Falcons, who you just mentioned. Then they have the Chiefs, then the Bucs, then the Broncos. I mean, dude, that is a mixture of playoff teams, division champs, and playoff adjacent teams. Up and down, you know. Ravens, one of the best teams in the AFC. Falcons, a division champion right now. Chiefs, obviously undefeated. Cincinnati, Tampa Bay, teams that are kind of outliers right now, looking on the outside end of the playoff picture or inside of it. And then certainly the Broncos, I think, fall into that bucket too. And so this is a great chance for the Chargers to prove like, hey, you know, probably not going to win the division unless some weird stuff happens down the stretch. They've only given up 118 points, though, this year, man. We talk about how good the Chiefs defense is. They've given up 161. Same amount of games. They're giving up fewer than 20 points per game. And, you know, in the NFL in 2024, I think that's pretty solid.
Steelers have a chance to really put, not a lock, but certainly, you know.
This is their first division game,
This is their
right?
first division game. They certainly have a chance to make things very uncomfortable for the rest of that division. If they get a win, they'd be, 2.5 games clear?
Yes.
Of the Ravens, who many people believe if they're not the best team in the AFC, or at least have the best potential in the AFC, they're one of the top 3. The problem is
defense.
Yeah. They've given up some leads. Quite frankly, they're 2 Bengal decisions away from having a losing record right now.
Yeah.
And Cincinnati's on the other side. The Steelers, ever since Russell Wilson got put in that lineup, there's a different life about this team.
There is.
They were okay before Russell Wilson, but since Russell Wilson, last week, they're down 10 at Washington. They come back. They get a late touchdown. Then they get a stop. And even though, Wilson's not putting up eye-popping numbers, they're making things happen. Now they brought Williams over from the Jets. They've got someone to work opposite Pickens.
Yeah.
As a receiver. Williams had a catch for a touchdown last week. In fact, I think it was his touchdown that gave him the lead late. But it's huge for both teams, but I think it's even bigger for Baltimore.
I agree. So you mentioned how people view them. So they've scored the most points in the NFL this year. They're averaging almost 32 points per game. Obviously awesome. Now they played 10 games. Not everybody has played 10 games, but they have also allowed the 6th most points in the NFL this year.
Mm-hmm.
They have allowed 2 fewer points than the Cowboys. Now 6 fewer points than the Cowboys. Cowboys played 9. They played 10, but that's their issue right now. Their defense is not what it was last year. That was why a lot of people liked the Ravens going to the playoffs. It wasn't just that they had a great offense. It was that they had a great defense. But look at the points that they've allowed. Broncos had 10 a couple weeks ago. But last week they allowed 34 to Cincinnati. They allowed 29 in a loss to Baltimore. Tampa put up 31 on them. The Commanders put up 23. The Bengals, the first time they played them, they put up 38. So, I obviously think they're really good. I think it's a great team. I think it's a great offense. I think it's a good team that has a very high ceiling, but the defense is definitely taking a big step back this year. You said it. That changed to Russell Wilson. I was popping off jokes that night. It was so much fun. Oh, this is great. They're going to stink now. And they're continuing to win games. I would say this is definitely their toughest test, right? Who's their best win? Who's the Steelers' best win?
Well, they beat Washington last week.
It's a very impressive win. Very impressive win. And I know that I've not poo-pooed them. I poo-pooed their my long-term expectations for them this year because I don't think you can win a Super Bowl or even a conference with a rookie quarterback. But they came into that game flying high off the Hail Mary. They did a really good job against that team. They did a really good job. And they had to fight and come back in that game in the second half. I can't wait for this game. This rivalry, it's wild how similar they've been, how similar the scores have been in all these games. You know, they're inevitably going to show one of those stats on Sunday afternoon where it's like, the Steelers have scored this many points in the last 20 years in this meeting, and the Ravens have scored this many. It's going to be basically the same number. You know, especially 15 years ago, this was one of the best rivalries in football, and
it's back.
They still hate each other because it's the same coaches. Harbaugh and Tomlin have been around since like the same year, maybe 08, 07-ish.
I think the number this is like their 38th matchup.
Yeah, I think Harbaugh got there in 08. Tomlin, I know, was around the same time because he won the Super Bowl in 08. So like, it's crazy. You know, those guys have been so consistent at both of those stops.
And there's the Bills and the Chiefs, but no one cares about that.
Well, yeah, because it's going to be a blowout because Buffalo's going to roll them. I understand what you're saying.
The two worst fan bases in the world.
That is so wild. The Bills fan base is great. How can you say that?
They put themselves through tables.
How can you say that, Nick? Chiefs fans, I get it. But Bills fans?
They annoy me.
Wow. The fans?
Yes.
Who? Matt Schick? 25th anniversary podcast now available.
They throw plastic adult toys on the field.
Yeah, you should love them.
They bug me.
Okay, interesting. You know who does not bug me?
Can't walk him up.
Nice.
He'll join us next. He knows about bad fans.
Yes, he does. He's got lots of takes. Lots of takes.
I was making a Raiders joke.
Yeah, well, that too.
They're not bad anymore. They're just
they're
sad.
They're not existent.
Yeah,
sad.
Gone. 16-20 in the zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification. Boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
With Kent Wogelman of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Good to see you again, Kent.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. I've got a cat about 4 feet away staring at me like, what are you doing, you weirdo?
Is it an orange cat, Kent?
No, he's black.
Ah,
Yeah.
orange cats are the fun, dumb ones.
Wow.
Orange cats are goobers. They're dumb. I'm saying this in a loving way, in
Interesting,
an endearing
Nick.
way.
It seems like you hate cats.
I don't hate cats.
Sometimes I get I know you kids don't believe in the Facebook anymore, but there are some videos that show up every now and then where it's a montage of cats getting scared by other things and like jumping all over the place.
Those are also available on other websites.
Or
John.
getting on. Well, but this is where I see
Also,
it.
John, cat videos are the cornerstone of the internet.
The entire internet is built on cat videos.
Porn and cats.
That's all the internet is.
Yeah, and football stats. EPA.
There's a word I could use.
Well, I think we're allowed to now, John. You can kind of say whatever you want to these days.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
I can dump you if I need to.
I'm not going to do it only because we need to respect women.
Oh,
And
great
that's
call.
The first name in the title of our movie.
It is.
I'm not going to do the drop.
Woman of the Hour, which stars and is directed by Anna Kendrick, which I had no idea that she was directing it.
Believe it is her directorial debut.
You would be correct there. It is based on a true story of a serial killer who was on The Dating Game, the television show The Dating Game, back in 1978, in the midst of his serial killing, in the midst of his murder spree. So obviously based on a true story. The thing I knew nothing going into this other than Anna Kendrick is in it, and it's about a serial killer who was on a dating show. And I was like, okay, that sounds interesting. And the thing that jumped out to me at first, or maybe when I finally noticed it, was when you realize the dating game component is happening in 1 year, and there is there's
an alternate timeline.
It goes ahead, and suddenly he is still killing. And so my thought process was, she's going to go on this show, and this is going to lead to him he's going to go on the show. It's going to lead to him getting caught. And that is not what ends up happening. It's in the midst of everything. He is, in theory, trying to kill this woman and does not, but goes on to kill more people. So I thought that the way that they used time in this movie is the thing that I will probably stick with me, in the days, weeks, and months to follow.
And that structure had to be done very well, or it doesn't work at all, right? It either it works and it does what you said, or it's an utter disaster because it makes it impossible to follow what's going on in a movie, right? Kendrick did a really good job of separating those two and yet making them fit together as a film. And the other thing that this movie does that is it doesn't have all the serial killer tropes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it actually does 3 or 4 different things. One, it doesn't celebrate the violence, so to speak. There's not much on screen in the violence part, right? That's by design, right? It also makes the victims characters, not just victims, even if they're only on screen for a small time. But in the case of that hitchhiker, that's pivotal, and you get some sense of character. And then the killer is not a typical serial killer, right? In what you expect on screen.
Mhm.
And I think that feeds into this as well.
What do you mean by that, Ken? Like, because he's kind of a smooth talker, especially like on the dating game?
Like, yeah, and he doesn't come across like instantly evil. And, most of the serial killer movies you see, after you figure out who he is, then it's, oh, he's terrible, right?
Yeah.
And you can tell this guy doesn't let on that way until the time, right? Like when he's on the show, he's the best of the three on the show, right?
Yep.
In answering her questions, which is not what you'd expect from the, this guy's just a guy out killing people.
Right. Yeah. He's the chivalrous character right? Of the three on the dating game. You got the Ophi guy who's just very uncomfortable.
Who is the smartest in theory of them all, given his profession, but yeah, he is horrible with women.
Right. The second guy is the guy who's just there to, get laid.
Yeah.
And he's kind of outed by, and it's Rodney Alcala and it's based off the real name, the real person.
Yeah.
He's the serial killer. But he comes off as the chivalrous one, exposing the other one for, the fact that, well, you're only doing this because you want to get,
he brings on the air, he brings up something that character that contestant number 2 had said to him, and he's like, I won't say exactly what he said to me, but, and so it's like, wow, he's very much a smooth talker.
I meant to look this up. And I'll be honest. Now, the dating game was a little before my time. I mean, I remember it. I remember seeing some reruns. But do you remember the episode? Did you see the episode? Have you seen it?
I don't remember the episode. I remember reading about the serial killer later on. But I remember seeing it when I was a kid. It was big popular. There was the dating game and the newlywed game. The newlywed game, I think, came after, and that was, they'd ask these couples to, they had to match their answers, right? And there are a few hilarious things that came out of the newlywed game that I won't repeat here that were really
It looks like, by the way, I just did a quick search. I think that the video or the movie the episode might be available on CBS.com.
Whoa.
Might have that actual episode. That's pretty wild.
There is like on YouTube, there's an Inside Edition story that shows clips from the original episode. And
here's a 10-minute video of that episode.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And actually they did a pretty good job, and I don't remember the actor's name, but he did look like him. Daniel Zavato.
Yeah.
And he did. Yeah. And he's posing as a photographer.
Yeah.
Who's just, he finds these beautiful women and he's like, hey, you look great in this light and all this other stuff. And of course the women kind of fall for that. And that's how he lures them into his web.
What will continue to stick with me from this movie is I feel like it was directed toward men in a way to where it wanted you to feel the helplessness it must feel like of being a woman. Especially in that time period, because that one girl who was in the audience, when she tried to talk to her boyfriend dismissed her. When she tried to bring it up to other people, they dismissed her.
Well, yeah, they send her up to what she expects to be the showrunner of the dating game, and it is the janitor.
And the movie constantly flipping around in time to show the victims where what's going to happen, but they obviously don't know what's going to happen, and just seeing that switch. And I think Anna Kendrick's goal with this movie was to make you understand what it must feel like to be a woman in a situation where you could be talking to a really nice, normal-seeming guy, and then in a second, they just flip completely.
Yeah. And I felt like Kent, every time that he switched, he being the serial killer, every time he went from nice guy to evil, it was like the actor did a good job of just kind of the light goes out of his eyes.
Mm-hmm. And it was instant. And I think you're 100% right, Nick, on that. I think that was what was underlying why she wanted to make this movie, right?
Yeah.
Because, and it's also, I think, probably she was originally attached to this movie just to star and not direct. And then it went somewhat sideways, I guess, in the pre-production, and she ended up directing. That tells you she wanted to make the movie for a reason other than starring in it, other than making it. And I think she did that. And that was kind of what I was trying to talk about at the very first, where you made the people characters, you made them real, and it wasn't the typical serial killer tropes, right? It was, it's a different, and it comes from that female point of view without any question. And that's why I think she also said, look, and when you watch the movie, she's like, there's no happy ending in a story like this.
No.
And I wasn't about to make one.
Yeah, I mean, we know he obviously gets captured, and but the fact that it's revealed that he may have over 100 different victims over several years, just tells you how eerie, this person was.
How many after movie, little title screens did they put up to explain all the? I mean, like there was a lot of stuff there.
Yes,
And
there
it was like, oh my god,
it was.
Yeah,
and I don't, you think about, the famous serial killers, the Ted Bundys, the John Wayne Gacy's, stuff like that. I had never heard of this.
Same.
I had never heard of this. And I'm surprised because, I mean, he literally was on a major network television show and used it to try to lure one of his victims. And so why do you think that is, Kent, that maybe it got lost to history?
I don't know exactly when it came out. It may have been, that he had been on the dating game, right? I'm not sure that would have come out at his initial trial. Somebody probably.
Oh, so it may have been discovered after the fact.
Yeah, my guess is
okay.
It wouldn't have had anything to do because he didn't actually kill anybody associated with the dating game, right?
Right.
I mean, I'm not giving anything away saying that he didn't, right? And so they wouldn't have known that he'd been on there, and then somebody went, well, somebody maybe with the show went, well, wasn't that guy on the show? And that's how it finally got out, would be my guess, that it wasn't any part of the arrest or trial or anything like that.
This movie was terrifying to watch. Made me deeply uncomfortable. And I had I watched it with my girlfriend. It made her way more uncomfortable than it made me. And I saw a bunch of these stories online of other people who had watched it with their significant others. And they said that their SOs also felt extremely not great about this movie. And it's because I saw some people saying that the messaging was heavy-handed, but I think it had to be heavy-handed just to get that feeling to come through. But that's why I think that the movie was probably not intended for a male audience, but like, I feel like if you're a woman watching this movie, you don't need that message because you kind of already, unfortunately, know the message of the movie.
So then wouldn't it actually be for a male audience?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. This movie just made it. I'm confused about who this movie is for, just in like how it's supposed to make you. It feels bad. It's a good movie, but it makes you feel bad watching it. It made me feel bad watching it.
What do you think, Kent?
Well, I suspect that there was, when you go into, at least my experience with this, when you go in to make a movie like this, I don't think you're necessarily thinking about X, Y, or Z subset of an audience, right? Whether it's women or men or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think what they do in this case, I think she wanted to make this movie to talk exactly what Nick was talking about before, to show the female side of this and this perspective of this guy. Any guy could do this, and where they get put in. Also, and we mentioned this before, there is so much, and it's not all gone. There's so much, basically misogyny and sexism that permeates this whole time period and this whole show. It was very good at picking up literal period details. That's what life looked like back then.
Yes.
That's what the dating game looked like back then. They did a very good job of that, but they also did such a good job of capturing what that was like in a different sense. Like when she gets to the dating game and the host guy comes in and tells her, don't be smart. You're too smart for these guys. You know, just laugh and smile a lot.
And get a different dress on. He touches her shoulder.
Exactly. Okay. That was this, you know, that was the 70s, but it isn't, all of that still isn't entirely gone in our society. Right. And that's part of also what she wanted to portray. I think my guess is in hopes of reaching, yes, wanted men to see it, but just wanted to make it so people can, you know, get that, so she could get it out there. And it's, I think, makes it a really interesting movie to be a directorial debut.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, because it's difficult material. And
like you said, it doesn't end on a happy note.
It does not end on a happy note. And it's, you know, it's a non-traditional movie in that it doesn't follow a
linear timeline.
Linear timeline. It moves back and forth. So, as far as that's concerned, I would say that she passed with flying colors, and the fact, you know, she's the central star in the movie. And, you know, it's the character that we kind of attach ourselves to the most, because most of the movie centers around her, even though her character doesn't actually get affected. By the way, the real life story, the woman who won the date with him did not go out on a date because she thought he was creepy. So, like, there's a scene where, you know, it's like he's following her in the parking lot. I think is dramatized for the film,
for the movie, yeah.
But in the real life story, you know, he never did end up getting the date with the girl that he won in the dating.
Well, it was interesting too in the movie, and I would love to know how much of this was real and how much of it was just dramatized. But you know, the serial killer is contestant number 3. He is talking to contestant number 2, who, you know, if you're just watching the show, you'd be like, oh, that guy's a sleazeball. Well, he gives him this photo of presumably one of his victims. And then afterwards, contestant number 2 tells her when they do their goodbyes, like, you know, watch out for this guy or whatever it was. And I wonder if anything like that actually happened, or if it was just, you know, the way he was.
Did you notice that 2 gave him his address, but he never gave his address to number 2, implying that he was going after 2?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What a movie. Honestly, what a movie. I'm not going to watch it again because it just made me deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah,
what a movie.
I don't imagine I will either.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily one of those that
it's not a rewatchable.
That's really rewatchable, but it is an interesting story.
It is,
and it's a good period piece. I thought it captured the time period pretty well.
Yeah,
the acting was fantastic. When they're on their first date or whatever in that bar, he said something, and immediately you could tell that there was a switch. And then Anna Kendrick did such a good job of portraying that, both in her body language and her responses to things.
And she's not necessarily somebody you instantly think of being a good dramatic actress, right?
Right.
Her past work has been comedy, or
at
least lighter fare.
Rom-com type stuff.
Very good. Yeah.
By the way, the actor who plays the game show host, Anthony Hale, I was trying to
Tony Hale, yeah, from
Where's he from?
Arrested Development
And Veep.
Yes, yeah.
He played Gary.
Yeah,
on
he just
Veep.
has different. He just has hair on this.
He has the sideburns too.
Oh, and that hair piece he had was hilarious.
That was him, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was pure 70s. Those sideburns that came down.
Brutal. Sideboards, as the British would call them back in the day.
Yeah,
those were nasty.
We should bring them back.
Feel free, Nick. It's all you.
So it is Woman of the Hour, and it is on Netflix.
Yes.
If you'd like to check it out. By the way, they also did a biographical movie about the killer himself. It was called The Dating Game Killer. It was broadcast on the Investigation Discovery Network. And Discovery, isn't that part of the Disney family now?
I think it might. So maybe it's on Disney Plus.
So you might be able to see, if you want to see the actual true story about his life.
What What would be the name of that again?
The Dating Game Killer is the name of the biographical film, and it was broadcast on Investigation Discovery. So there's another one there. And 48 Hours Mystery also did a story on it a few years ago, and 2020 did an episode about it. So
okay, so there's plenty of material out there if you want to learn more.
Yeah, if you want to learn. I'm surprised that this, it's not more known.
Well, like Kent said, at a certain point, someone would have figured it out. I wonder when it was that they, who stumbled upon this?
Well, they used some of the footage in his trial about had something to do with earrings that he was wearing or something. So they were aware that he had been on the show in his trial.
Okay, so they did know it all the way back then. Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know exactly at what point did they realize, oh, this dude was on the Dating Game, but
yeah, fascinating.
Maybe they recognized him.
Could be. It was a very popular show.
Popular show based off of his answers. If I'm assuming it's a similar thing had happened. He was giving similar answers to similar questions.
Well, Kent, the next couple of Fridays are going to be busy for all of us. Next Friday,
we have the doubleheader.
We have our doubleheader, so the show is going to actually be short, so we won't have a movie club next week because we're off the air at 4.
And then it's Black Friday.
And then it's Black Friday, so nothing there. So we're 3 weeks from today.
So we'll talk to you in December, Kent.
Okay.
Yeah. What are we doing, Nick?
We're going to go to Disney Plus, actually, and I'm going to force John to watch another Marvel movie.
Oh?
Deadpool and Wolverine.
I knew that was coming when you said that because it just came on, didn't it? Just
Yes,
came
it
on
did.
like a week or two ago.
Yeah,
Didn't you
something like
watch
that.
this?
That's the one I saw last summer.
Okay. Oh, so that's why you said you're going to make him watch it again.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were saying you're going to make him watch a Marvel movie again. So weird that an R-rated movie is on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Very strange. What a time we live in.
So much family friendly.
Yeah,
There
exactly.
are a few R-rated movies on Disney Plus. Not
Yeah,
a
isn't the one where, in the words of Michael Severe, does she get naked? What was the one? She was nominated.
Porky's?
No. She won the Academy Award last year. Emma Stone. What was she in? Didn't she get naked a lot in that movie? I think that one's on Disney Plus.
I think is that on Disney Plus?
I thought it was. What's the movie called, Kent? You remember that movie, right?
Horror Things?
Poor Things. Yeah, isn't Poor Things on Disney Plus? Or is it on Hulu? I thought it was on Disney Plus.
I don't know.
There it is, Disney Plus.
Well,
yep.
How about that?
Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry, this content is unavailable. I think it's on Hulu then. It is under the Disney umbrella, though.
Yeah.
Because it's just weird. R-rated movies, Disney. Very strange.
All right, so Deadpool and Wolverine, but not until December the 6th. 3 Fridays from today.
We'll see you. Oh, yeah, I got to resend the tweet then. Oops.
Yeah. Got to
My
do
bad.
that. So, Kent, I guess you get to make predictions for the rest of the season. Does Nebraska win?
Excellent.
Does Nebraska win any of the next 3 games?
Yes, in fact.
Really? Is
I
it this week's?
Yes.
Oh!
I think they're going to go out there and something like 28-24, something like that. USC's changing quarterbacks and all kinds of stuff going on out there. I think they can, I think they're bound to win one. Why not this one?
All right.
Well, speaking of something like that, Evil Kent, what say you?
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
Nice.
Yeah.
That gets the people excited about Holgerson if they put up 52.
Yeah.
But then they'll be calling for Bo Pelini to come back to coach for Tony White. They
got to
fix
the defense if they allow 38. Yeah.
Or maybe just Carl.
Carl.
Or maybe just Carl. Mm-hmm.
I bet Carl and Dana would go well together. They're both high energy guys.
Carl?
I'm not going to make the joke that I have in my head right now.
I'm sure you're not. All right, so you heard it from Kent. They're going bowling after beating USC. Will they win another one? Will they beat either Wisconsin or Iowa?
I actually think they might beat Wisconsin.
Wow, 7-5 says Kent to finish the regular. Man, when Kent is
we're assuming it, maybe he'll pick Iowa too.
When Kent is picking Nebraska to win games that a lot of other people aren't, it makes me think, oh crap, they're going to win this game because it's not like Kent's a massive homer or something here. Yeah. Unbiased Kent.
Yes.
Interesting.
As for the Iowa game, I'm afraid that could be bad.
Hey, if they win these next two, that might be a good poll question.
If Nebraska wins the next two, will they beat Iowa?
No. You give the fans a choice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 7-5 or 6-6?
No. Well, yeah, 7.
But you win the next two.
7-5, you win the next two,
or
6-6, you beat Iowa.
Man, Kent, don't you think beating Wisconsin would I know people hate Iowa more, but man, wouldn't that mean more to people to finally beat Wisconsin again? It's been 12 years.
Well, I think it also would. Yes, I think it also is a different sort of measuring rod as well, right? As opposed to the Iowa thing has become, for reasons I don't understand, some kind of rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
But, the Wisconsin was always the team I thought Nebraska would have much more of a sort of rivalry with, just because their programs are so similar, or have been. And I thought that might be the way. And I think that's a better measure for Nebraska than Iowa, frankly. And I think they may be better than Wisconsin this year, from what I've seen of Wisconsin anyway. I will not say that I've watched very much Wisconsin football, so this is semi-ignorant speculation here.
They beat the bad teams and then they lose to the good teams. It's kind of been the Wisconsin story all year. And they have Oregon this week, so we'll see what happens there.
That could get, if they lose to good teams, that could be bad.
It could. Yeah, and when they lose to good teams, they usually lose by a lot of points to good teams.
And I think Oregon's very, very, very good.
Yes.
The poll question is up.
Awesome.
If you could choose one of these options, which would you choose? Beat SC and Wisconsin, lose to Iowa, or lose to SC and Wisconsin, beat Iowa?
Awesome. What a poll question. Great topic, John.
And
good job.
you can't answer, I don't care as long as they just win one more game.
No,
we're just asking for these two options. The devil came down from Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He gives you this deal.
And he has a poll question for you.
And he has a poll question.
Devil went down to Georgia. He had a poll question.
And a fiddle for some reason also.
Yep, exactly.
Kent, have a great next 3 weeks. Have a great Thanksgiving. Good luck to the Raiders. I'm sure they'll need it. Because remember, the Raiders are playing on Black Friday.
Oh. Enjoy the Black Friday game.
Not only are they playing on Black Friday, they're playing the Chiefs.
How do you feel about the Raiders this weekend, Kent?
Who are they playing
How do
this
I
week?
feel about the Raiders every weekend? Just lose, baby.
Yes. It's a tankathon.
We can tank better than you can tank.
It's you versus me in the tankathon for the rest of the season. Who will have the better draft pick?
Exactly. So,
yeah.
All right. I figure the Raiders may win 1 or 2 more games. They've got 9 left. So, 1 or 2 they might win. And then again, they may not win anymore.
No,
just baby.
That's a good point. All right, Kent, have a great Thanksgiving. We'll talk to you in 3 weeks.
Bye, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
There he is, Kent Wolgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. So 2 polls to vote in. One,
what's going to happen?
Pick what's going to happen tomorrow.
2 hot coffees.
And the other one, if you could pick one of the 2 options, beat SC and Wisconsin but lose to Iowa, or lose to Wisconsin and SC but beat Iowa, which option are you taking?
Josh writes in, would you like to win more games or less games? That's the question. Hey, when you put it that way, yeah, it might sound stupid, but people are voting for the Iowa-only option.
Yeah, that's because those people are dumb and they're haters.
Yeah, I actually think this answer is pretty easy, but that's because I think
it's easy, but
it's easy for me.
You want to go to Detroit or do you want to go to the Mayo Bowl?
I'm just curious.
Mayo Bowl because it's on January 3rd to be better for the Grum.
Once you get to 6 or 7 is not going to improve your bowl game status.
Probably.
You're going to end up in either Detroit or maybe New York.
Yeah.
So, who knows?
2 hot bowl games.
All right. We've still got the need to get to 6 games.
Oh, when are we playing that, John?
We'll do a short segment here, and then we'll do it at the bottom of the hour. So get your dialing fingers ready. We've got $50 gift certificates to Cops. That was our zone deal this week.
Nice.
$50 to Cops Pizza. They also got tasty charred wings and the salads and the steak and the pasta and a lot of stuff.
So many things.
You'll get full just like we did on the Whoppers today. We're going to play the need to get to 6 game. Actually, we might rename the game as the Desperate to Get to 6 game.
Nice, because that's what Nebraska is.
So
now.
desperate, we fired our OC and hired someone who'd never been here before to 6 game.
Yeah, bye, Stibbs. He was our OC.
16-20 the zone. It's not the greatest week of college football, but there are games that do impact the playoff race.
Oh, yeah.
Including Tulane and Navy. Believe it or not, Tulane and Navy. If the Green Wave win, they clinch a spot in the AAC championship game.
Yep. Remember their 2 losses? One of them's Oklahoma, and they suck. But the other is to Kansas State, who is very much in the mix for the Big 12 championship.
Then Navy is still in the picture now. Navy, if they win this, if they beat East Carolina, they would be in the championship game.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably, of course, Army's already there.
This game's also a fun mascot matchup.
Now, you're going to need Boise to lose again
Waves, Navy.
in order for either of these teams to have any kind of an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
But, hey, the way Boise's been playing lately, you just never know.
Dude, seriously.
So if you're
Living
looking for just something non-traditional at noon or be 11 a.m. on ESPN 2, it's Tulsa and Navy. Of course, the big game is the Tennessee-Georgia game, 6:30 on ABC. For the most part, even though there are some who say that Georgia, because of their great schedule, still might be in playoff consideration, I think they would be definitely out with 3. I mean, they're already out with 2.
Really? You think definitely out?
Yes.
I don't.
George, they're out right now with 2 losses.
But there's still 3-4 weeks of games left.
I understand that, but I think if they lose this one, there's no way.
Interesting. Okay, I definitely would not say that. I never deal in absolutes, John. First of all, you've watched Star Wars before. That said, I would say that this is bordering on an elimination game. Not for both, because Tennessee only has 1 loss, but certainly Georgia does not want to lose again. And this is going to come down to which quarterback is able to play better football, because the defenses and the defensive lines, I think, are going to get after things. Can the quarterbacks make some plays? Bill Connolly had some excellent numbers in his write-up today. I'll give you a couple of them. In the last 3 games, they've beaten Texas and Florida, they being Georgia. Texas and Florida, they lost to Ole Miss. The Dogs produced just 3 touchdown drives of more than 36 yards. And that was the story of the beginning, especially of the Texas game. They had a lot of short fields, and that allowed them to score. Now, they had a great long drive in the second half when Texas started making things interesting. But for the most part, early on, they had short drives. Some other stuff from Bill. Over these 3 games, Georgia, 77th in third down conversion rate, 95th in points per drive. These are in the country. 101st in percentage of plays gaining 10 or more yards. 102nd in percentage of plays gaining 0 or fewer yards. 121st in yards per play. 109th in yards per non-sack carry. I'm not going to read off the other ones. You get the point, though. This is an offense that has taken a massive step back. And the Tennessee offense, compared to what it was in the non-con especially, isn't that. They are not that. And now Nico he was in concussion protocol. I think he's going to play. I don't know how good he's going to be. And honestly, John, he hasn't been that great lately. The offense, since the end of non-conference play, has really taken a massive step back. So, does one of the quarterbacks have some turnovers in them? If so, I think that the other team is going to win.
The issue that Georgia had last week was their usually solid offensive line gave way. But now Ole Miss has a great defensive front.
Yep, so does Tennessee.
They had their worst pass blocking grade of the season. They allowed 5 sacks, 33% pressure rate. Tennessee's defensive front, they're 6th in the country in pressure rate. So if the same thing plays out this week that played out last week, Tennessee could win this game. Tennessee could definitely win this game, even though they're a touchdown plus underdog. What is it, 9 points? They can win. And honestly, when you're looking at resumes right now, yes, Tennessee and Texas have the best records, but their resumes aren't the strongest in the world. You've got the Arkansas loss for Tennessee.
But they have the Bama win.
They do have the Bama win. But they could sure use another.
Oh, yeah, this would be massive.
This one would be massive.
It pretty much lock them in.
Texas, of course, they don't have a great win.
They have 0. Yeah, that's the thing. They have.
So if they lose another game, they could be on the outs with 2 losses. If they lose another game, they could be on the outs with 2 losses, provided that other teams are up there. Because, again, their schedule was not a tough crossover.
And assuming
their best win is Vanderbilt right now.
Yeah, and I guess you're assuming the second loss in the regular season, at the very least, you're thinking it would come against Texas A&M. Whereas if they win that game and then lost in the conference championship game, then okay, you're fine with that. But yeah, you gotta get a pelt on the wall, because right now Texas has no pelts. There are no pelts.
So there's a quick look at Tennessee and Georgia.
How about this real quick? A couple of games that we're not expecting to be that close, I don't think. Oregon and Wisconsin. According to Bill Connolly, Wisconsin has played 4 teams in the SP Plus Top 25, 0-4, average loss 38-14.
Yikes.
Something to keep an eye on there. That game is a 2-touchdown spread. Ohio State versus Northwestern. How about this stat? And I was like, no way, Bill, you're wrong. He's not. Wildcats haven't stayed within single points of an Ohio State game at home or home-ish, as this one will be at Wrigley, in 20 years. And I was like, nuh-uh. What about the game in 2013 with Brett Musburger? No, there was the backdoor cover at the very end that gave him a 10-point victory. So there are a lot of good teams this weekend that are playing in games where they are massive favorites. I just mentioned a couple of them. Penn State has Purdue on the schedule as well. And so it seems like a weekend where teams, playing with their food maybe means a win by 10 points or something. Yeah. Be interesting to see if any of those games are going to be close.
2 poll questions up right now. Go vote. We'll get you some results here coming up, but check it out. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Pick the winner for this week's game, Nebraska 7.5-point dogs. And if you could pick one of 2 scenarios, does Nebraska win the next 2 but lose to Iowa, or lose the next 2 but beat Iowa? Which scenario are you taking? Like Josh said, there are people taking the latter scenario because they really want to beat Iowa.
Yes, it's not a stupid question.
That's why we asked it.
That's why we asked it.
But we're going to be asking even better questions next because it's time for the need to get to 6 game, the desperate to get to 6 game.
Oh, yeah.
So desperate, we fired our OC to get to 6 game. We've got $50 gift certificates to Cops.
Hell yes.
Call now, get in line. 402-951-1620. It's time to beat Devil Moose. 402-951-1620. The need to get to 6 game next on 1620 The Zone.
Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666.
Well, we really need to get to 6.
I left alone. My mind was blank. I needed time to think, to get the memories from my mind.
I want me some glory hole.
Well, we really need to get to 6.
The familiar strains of Iron Maiden means it's time for prizes. And we got good ones today. $50 to Cops. But you have to beat the beast in the need to get to 6 game. 402-951-1620. There is a line open right now. Can't believe it. Come on, man. You got to fill them up, and here we go. Very simple game. We're going to give you a question.
Yep.
In that question, there are multiple correct answers. You need to get to 6 correct answers before the devil devours your soul.
Wow. So you either win $50 or the devil eats you. Man, that is a dangerous game.
It's a dangerous game.
But you get pizza and wings, tasty charred wings. I hear they have salads too, seafoods, pastas, even steak.
Yes.
Even steak.
Andrew is first. Andrew, how are you today?
Good. How are you guys?
Great.
Not bad. All right. Do you understand the rules of the game?
I think so.
All right.
Well, let's start with this. Andrew, name 6 bowl games that the Huskers have won in their history. Go!
Orange Bowl, Fiesta Bowl.
2.
Outback Bowl.
No. What did they win an Outback Bowl? Check that. Go. Keep going.
Holiday Bowl.
Yes.
3.
Independence Bowl.
They did not win that one.
Uh-oh.
Keep going.
Alamo Bowl.
Yep.
I got that.
Oh!
No!
Bye, Andrew.
I thought this was going to be an easy one. They did not win the Outback Bowl.
No,
correct?
they did not win the Outback Bowl. They the one that they did win in that era was the
Gator Bowl.
They won the Gator Bowl twice.
Yes.
They won it one time at the Tommy Armstrong 99-yard pass, and then they also won it in Bo Pelini's first year. Other bowls that we would have
lost the Independence Bowl to the GOAT Eli
All right,
Manning.
settle down. Other bowls that we would have taken. Foster Farms Bowl was one that they won. The Sugar Bowl,
The
multiple
Sun
times.
Bowl, the Gotham Bowl,
the Gotham Bowl,
the Blue Bonnet
Oh wait,
Bowl,
John, they did win
the Cotton Bowl.
Wait, never mind. They won the Liberty Bowl. What was
the Liberty Bowl?
Yeah, that's not the Independence Bowl.
No,
Same
no.
word though. Liberty Independence.
No. Liberty Bowl's in Memphis.
Blue Bonnet Bowl.
Blue Bonnet Bowl.
Did you already mention that? And that would have been it. So I think we've named all the bowls. What if he would have said the 1998 Orange Bowl, the 1995 Orange Bowl, the 1996 Fiesta Bowl? How would you have done with that?
We would have accepted it because that's a specific correct answer. But
It
you would have
is.
had to say the year.
Yes, that's true. Indeed, it was.
All right, Joe. You know how it works. Are you ready?
What's up there, dudes?
Hey.
Joe, you ready?
Yeah, what's the question?
Joe, you sound like a man who's good with your hands.
Not really.
Joe, a man after my own heart. Same.
All right. Well, then I'm not going to ask you that question.
Okay, good. That's
Instead,
very nice of you.
I will ask you this question. We just had an election.
Uh-oh.
Name 6 politicians in history who have lost an election. Go.
Lost an election. Well, there's old Harris.
Yep.
There's Dukakis.
There's 1, 2, go. Keep going.
There's
Oh, wow.
oh man,
Oh,
Bush.
There's 1.
Yep. You got 3 more. Wow.
Eisenhower.
Wow.
No,
Man.
Eisenhower did not lose an election.
I would have just gone backwards. I mean, you just
Yes.
you go Harris, Trump, Clinton, and then the next person I thought of, honestly, was
Romney.
But then I was going to go Jill Stein.
Oh,
You know?
yeah.
And then you start throwing in other people. George H. was another one that I thought of along the way.
But
and-
you could have named senators. You could have named.
Oh, really? You would have been Bernie Sanders?
I said 6 politicians.
1%. Oh, that's true. Wow, you could have just named like anybody. Pete
Pretty
Buttigieg.
much. There's not many people. Even Reagan. Even the great Ronald Reagan lost an election.
Nixon. People forget that Nixon
lost. He got cheated by all those dead voters in Illinois.
People saw what he looked like, and they're like, ew.
Oh, he's so sweaty. That's what they said.
Meanwhile, the folks on the
This
radio
would have just been on the radio forever.
If it was on the radio, they were like, man, he was a lot smarter than that idiot from Boston.
Still AM
he doesn't
radio.
sound like a legitimate Celtics fan to me. Back then, they only had like banners 3 or 4.
Yeah, because there was like 2 teams in the league. Congrats to the Celtics.
402-951-1620. Get in now. We've got some lines open for you. We're 0 for 2, man. I thought those were 2 of the easy ones.
Yeah, I like that you said you sound like a man with your hands.
And he's like, nope.
Sam, Obama lost a primary challenge even. There you go. Look at all these things. Hell, Biden, many times over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Here's Brian. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Brian.
All right, Brian.
Brian, you sound like a man who uses your hands.
I absolutely do.
There we go. Give him the hands question, John.
All right, fine. Now I need the brand names.
Uh-oh.
The brand names. Name me 6 different brands of tools. Go.
6 different brands of tools.
Yep.
Milwaukee, DeWalt, Ryobi.
Yep.
Makita.
4.
Craftsman.
5.
Oh, man. Come on, Brian. One more, Brian.
Cobalt.
What'd you say?
Cobalt.
Boom!
Got it.
Let's go, Brian! Hands, man, Brian!
Tools, baby.
Oh,
Tools.
man.
That's why we call you Mr. Handsy.
Brian, congratulations. You've got $50 coming your way to Cops. I'll put you on hold.
Nice. Don't Google Mr. Hand, though. Don't do that. Nobody Google Mr. Hand.
Stanley tools, Snap-on tools.
Dude, I'm happy you never asked me
Matco
that
tools.
question. I would have said, a wrench.
If you follow auto racing like I do, you know all the tools because they sponsor just about every car.
Are you a tool man?
I got tools. I got the best tools.
Dan writes,
I got some Stanleys, some Craftsman.
Is anyone going to say that's what she said when you say they're good with their hands? None of us did because we're mature adults. Dan, I
There's
apologize.
also there's Vice grips.
Yeah, my tool. It's not a box. It's more of a bag, a tool bag. It's just a bunch of crap in there. I got a hammer though. I've nailed a few things to my wall.
Channel lock is the one I'm looking for, but I would
Nice.
have accepted that.
Mm.
Here is Grant. Hello, Grant.
Hello.
Hi, Grant.
All right, we've got a winner. I feel better about things already. Do you like basketball, Grant?
I do like basketball.
Do you follow local basketball, Grant?
I do.
I want you to name me 6 current Creighton Blue Jay basketball players. Go.
Kalkbrenner, Pop Isaac, Isaac Trout, Jason Green, Jamiah Neal, Nathan Miller.
Bingo!
Wow.
You got it.
That
Right
was
there.
awesome.
That's how it's done. No panic. No panic whatsoever. We can even shut the music off.
Yeah, Sam says, I'm sure I'd fold under pressure, but you guys were right earlier this week that people get the hard questions and count 1 from 6 trips people up. It really does. It really does. But not Brian.
No, not Grant.
Not Grant.
Grant is a winner. Grant,
Congrats, Grant.
congratulations. I'm going to put you on hold and we'll get you hooked up, all right?
Thank you. Go Jays.
There you go. See?
Look at that.
Jays
That
win.
is how it's
Jays
done.
win.
But
Jays
non-presidents, apparently. That one's difficult for people.
Well, it doesn't even have to be president.
Got to
It
just
could've been-
name. Yeah, you just
could
say
have named
politician.
K or
Yeah, sure.
if you wanted to go way back.
You should.
Or some of the other.
Polling in Ashford. Remember polling in
Polling in
Ashford?
Ashford.
Wow, remember that ad?
Who were some of the people that lost Omaha mayoral elections? Do we remember any of those? Well, Ashford. He didn't.
There you go. There you go. Polling in Ashford again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All over the place.
Yep, indeed.
All right, so Grant is a winner. Let's see. Brent is next. Hi, Brent. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
By the way, we have a line open.
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey, what's going on?
Brent, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Your phone broke up there. I want to make sure you're there because the devil will not forgive you if your phone breaks up in the middle of the contest. All right.
I'll do my best.
All right, here we go. Now, this one, I'm afraid this one's a tough one, but we're going to give it a shot. I want you to think numbers. I want you to think
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
athletes.
Okay.
And I want you to think about athletes, 6 athletes who have had the number 6 in their uniform. The number 6 in their uniform. Go.
Joe Montana.
There's one.
That's a good one.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. This is tough.
Name a bunch of linemen.
Anthony Munoz. Dave Remington.
Oh, man.
Kenny
John.
Walker. I have no idea.
John, that might be the meanest question you've ever asked.
It wasn't a mean one.
That is hard.
But, well, I thought Brent was off to a good start.
Corral Buckhalter.
Right, because I said it was just a number 6, not the number 6.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
So I thought Brent was off to a good start when he thought Montana 16. So you think of other guys who wore 16. You think of guys
Michael Severe, Dr. J.
Dr. J, Bill Russell, who won many of those great banners that we celebrate all the time.
Nice.
Stan the Man Musial.
No, is that, did he wear something?
Or any of the Husker linemen who've worn in the numbers in the 60s. Tom Novak.
Yeah, you're going to say Bob Brown? Didn't he wear 60?
No, that was Novak.
That was
who wore
Novak.
60.
Did he wear 68?
Bob Brown wore 7.
Okay, never mind. I apologize to Bob Brown.
Don't remember the number off the top of my head.
We've got 2 more.
Got 2 more.
We got 2 more. We have open lines, 402-951-1620. Get in right now. That was my hardest question.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Ever. I swear, ever. That is the hardest question you've ever asked.
And the easiest question was probably
It's
the one
uniforms.
Mr.
Guys
Ham's
like
got.
naming athletes. I'm going to do this stuff.
And out with this number 6 in it.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Yes.
Yeah, Husker Country. Bob Brown, 62. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he was in the 60s.
Dave, the Huskers are playing USC, correct?
Correct.
No, just kidding.
Dave, I need you to name me 6 former USC Trojan football players. Go.
Let's see. O.J. Simpson.
1.
Who else? Montana.
Nope.
Keep going.
Yeah, I'm drawing blank. I wasn't a big USC fan.
What? They had those Heisman Trophy winners like 2 decades ago. Remember those guys?
Yeah, they're drawing a blank still.
Wow.
I'm
At
sorry.
least you got OJ.
Isn't that embarrassing? Not for you, Dave.
Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Troy Polamalu. There's 3. Dwayne Jarrett, Mike Williams, Lendale White.
Charles White.
There you go. Marcus Allen, running back
Ronnie Lott. Keyshawn Johnson.
Who is the guy?
John David Booty.
Who was the Mark Sanchez? Who was the quarterback that Callahan was recruiting in his first year? Was it Rocky?
Rocky.
Not
yeah.
Rocky Long.
Yeah,
what was that guy's name?
I can't remember. Oh, what was his name?
2004 USC class.
Let's go to Kurt. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
That was funny.
All right, Kurt. Well, we're going to stick with USC because one of the most famous alums
Rocky Hines
of USC is George Lucas. Name me 6 movies directed and or produced by George Lucas. Go.
Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. I'm not very good at Star Wars movies here.
Uh-oh.
You got 2.
Uh-oh.
I'm throwing a blank.
What about those other Harrison Ford movies?
Oh.
Nope. All right. Bye-bye.
Oh,
bye-bye.
Wow.
Did you? God, I was having an easy one because they just list off the Star Wars movies.
You could have just said episode 4, episode 5,
or
episode 6.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
You counted Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back as 2 separate things.
Yeah.
Yes. Those
It
are
was
separate
originally
movies.
called Star Wars.
No, I get that, but it's not anymore. John.
Nick, you
Get
don't
with
have
the
to be.
times.
Oh, get out of here,
Nick,
you idiot.
Go answer the phone, Nick.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Trying
You're
to give away
killing me.
prizes. We still have 2 more prizes. We have $100 worth of certificates that we're trying to give away.
I'm running out of questions. Aaron?
Yeah, and I didn't make any.
Hello, Aaron.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Aaron, I need you to name me 6 different kinds of trees.
Oh my
Go.
gosh! What in the world?
Pine, birch, oak.
Okay. Uh-oh. He's run out of steam.
Redwood.
4.
Think of the syrup.
Maple.
5.
One more.
And
Black. Oak.
God!
It's trying to help him.
That was the easiest one.
Oak.
I would have accepted Christmas trees.
I was hoping he would have been like, well, I'm a botanist, actually, so.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct, John, not unforest-like conduct. Why would any of our listeners know about trees?
Think of all the fruit trees, orange trees, lemon trees, cherry trees, apple trees, nut trees,
What
walnuts.
about the tree of knowledge of good and evil from the Bible, Genesis chapter 1? Read it.
Sure.
You would have allowed that too. Wade, the 6th one always gets him. Yeah.
Quentin. Hello, Quentin.
Uh-oh.
Hi.
How many do we have left, John?
I have no idea.
No, how many questions do you have left?
I may recycle.
Uh-oh.
No.
Quentin, are you ready?
I got one. I got one.
Josh, do
Quentin, we need you to name 6 prime numbers. Go!
1, 3, 5, 7, 13.
Boom!
And 17.
There we go.
That wasn't even, you idiot.
What?
He had named 5 and you gave them a prize. Thank goodness Quentin didn't just stop because of you. Oh, you win. No. You're
Good
like
job.
the blind ref that signals touchdown when
Hey,
the guy's knee was down
I'm
at
a
the
little
6-yard
surprised
line.
that prime numbers didn't slip one of our listeners up. Shout out to you, Quentin.
Quentin, you're a smart man. I'm putting you on hold. Congratulations.
I played this game back in the day called Number Munchers, and you had to munch on prime numbers. I won. He won.
Oh, all right.
Sam, cut to you guys still on the air at 9 p.m. trying to give away the last gift.
This is going to be our last.
This is our last
contestant.
one.
This is Joe. Joe?
Hey, Joe.
All right, Joe. You ready?
Ready.
I want you to think about this now.
All right.
But the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, the host of tomorrow's game, has been the host of many sporting events. Name me 6 sporting events that have taken place at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. Go.
Olympics.
1.
USC football.
2.
Volleyball.
Keep going.
Rams.
3.
Nice.
Track and field.
4.
NASCAR.
5.
One more. No! He didn't say baseball, John. Also, I would have just started naming random games. USC Oregon, USC UCLA, USC Washington.
You would have been
The
correct.
1930-something Olympics, the 1984 Olympics, the 2028 Olympics.
Yes.
Sad. Super Bowl. Was the Super Bowl ever there?
The Super
it
Bowl was
Super
there.
Bowl 1.
Super Bowl 1.
The first one.
Super Bowl 7.
All right. Well, that was a fun game. We got to get to the happy hour, though.
Yeah, we do.
It's beer time. What are we doing talking? We should be drinking a cold one from our glorious friends at Cross Strain. We're going to have to do something where like people call in and like Nick gives them the prize now, I think.
He could have been real. He could have been
Raiders, says Shane. There
the
you go.
Raiders. The Raiders were there.
The Raiders.
The USFL.
Heck, you could have
The
just said
LA
the Cowboys.
Express.
The Cowboys played there. The Dolphins have played there. Any team.
Yeah.
Could have said any team.
All right, it is the happy hour. We've got our keys to the game. It's a One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain, and we will be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next. In fact, we have one more, right?
Yep.
At some point in the next hour, in the happy hour, we'll give one of those away. Just you won't have to do a need to get to 6.
Tight.
Just be listening. Just be
It
listening.
pays to listen.
And Nick will decide how to do it.
Awesome. Good job, Nick. We believe in you.
That's what I'm here for.
Better yet,
you have an idea?
I have an idea.
Good.
Okay. I'll tell you next on 1620 The Zone. Throw. 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 Throw.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain Brewing. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You too can enjoy and send us a pic of what you're drinking by using the hashtag One Beer Friday. Send it to us on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page. Nick's going to slide into your DMs later on and pick one at random, and you'll get $25 to Cross Strain, home of such great beers as the Rising Hope. That's their IPA that the proceeds go towards pediatric cancer.
Mm-hmm.
They have partnered with many other craft brewers across the country in that same effort. But check them out, Cross Strain Brewing in La Vista.
Oh, yeah.
And in
Millworks Commons downtown.
Bingo.
North of the ballpark.
So send us a pic of what you're drinking. Use that hashtag One Beer Friday, and we'll see if we can't hook you up with some Cross Strain Brewing.
Yeah.
Well, tonight, if you're not interested in the football, there's boxing.
Boxing on a Friday? Yeah, it's pretend boxing. It's a washed-up fighter and a internet star.
One of the people. I have very few people on my list. He's on my list.
Yeah, Nick hates this guy.
I can't stand him or his brother.
Nick hates the Pauls.
The Pauls.
He even hates Chris Paul.
There's
guilt by association. His last name should have been named Paul. Don't forget about Paul from the Bible.
Anyone named Paul.
Yep.
Trying to remember, this isn't the WWE wrestler. This is
his brother.
Yeah, I know. But which Paul is it?
Tonight, isn't it Jake?
Tonight's Jake.
Okay.
What's the other
Logan
Paul?
is
Logan's
the
the one who's been in the WWE.
And then both of them did very annoying, messed up things like going to a sacred forest of Japan and then just broadcasting all the people that have hung themselves and just put it on the internet.
Well, he's fighting Mike Tyson tonight.
Yep. And Mike Tyson.
This is on Netflix.
He did an interview. And, we're about to talk about the Nebraska USC
so
game.
we're going to tie all of this fake,
that.
fraud boxing competition to Nebraska football.
You'll see why,
This ought to
John,
be good.
because he's going to be asked about legacy. And we know that Nebraska, their legacy is on the line this weekend.
Their legacy?
Well, Matt Rule's legacy is on the line.
Oh.
Just go with it, John.
All right.
Here's what Mike Tyson had
Let's
to
hear this.
say
Let's hear
about
Mike.
legacy.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend, Mike Tyson, in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody
True.
to think? You think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids, maybe, or grandkids. Who the
True.
fuck cares?
So there you go, John.
Was that child 12?
What do you mean?
I mean, she handled it pretty well, given that, you're doing an interview with a
Right.
kid, so you usually, you give a nice pat answer, you play to the
You're
audience.
dead. You're
and move
dust.
on. But
What an interesting
Mike
answer.
Tyson is Mike Tyson.
Giving this poor kid an existential crisis right away.
Handled it great. The child handled it great.
She handled it well,
Yeah.
and
Max,
I mean, there's
absolutely
a-
hilarious answer to a kid. What in the hell?
there's truth in that answer. It doesn't matter. You're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Part of me thinks that Mike Tyson took a step back and knew exactly what he was saying while he was saying it, because he's a really funny guy. He has comedies on Adult Swim. Like
He does. Yeah, no. Tyson's got a good personality.
I think he did that
Remember
100%.
earlier this year we watched The Hangover. He was very funny in
Absolutely.
The
Yeah.
Hangover.
I mean, he's got a good personality. I like that answer.
It was hilarious.
Great.
So funny.
It's
I'm
a
happy that you
fantastic-
hadn't seen it yet.
No,
I asked John.
I had seen it was everywhere, and people were saying, "You got to see this, got to see this." And
Yeah.
then you mentioned it. I said, "You know what? We'll wait."
Yep.
Thank you for what that was incredible.
So what you're saying is tomorrow you're expecting after the game, win or lose, someone's going to ask Matt Rule about legacy, and Matt Rule's going to say, "What difference does it make?
Yeah,
We're all
We're all
gonna
going to
die.
be dead. We're
It's
going to be dust."
Dust. And that's a great answer. It's a great way to approach things. Play loose, Nebraska. It's not even one of my keys. Show up in this game and play loose.
He has said, if we die, we die.
He has. If we're dust, we're dust.
He did.
Yeah, maybe Matt Rule, Mike Tyson, handshake meme.
He
they're
did say
besties?
that.
Perhaps they are, Nick. Perhaps they are.
Well, with that as our lead-in, it's time to get into the preview of Nebraska USC. We start with the series history.
This is a wild stat.
Trojans are 4-0-1 against Nebraska. USC is the only opponent that Nebraska has played more than once and have never beaten.
Incredible.
Now, some people consider the 1970 tie like a win.
Why? Because they
Because actually the history of that game is rather fascinating, because those of you who know your college football history know that in 1970, USC went to Birmingham, Alabama, and played the Crimson Tide. They went there with black players. They'd had black players for a long time.
Yep.
They whooped Alabama, just took them back behind the barn and just laid it on.
Yep.
42-21 in front of a partisan Alabama crowd.
A white crowd.
All 6 touchdowns were scored by black players, 3 by Sam Bam Cunningham. And it is that game that many people cite as the thing that finally convinced Alabamans that they need to not ban black players from coming to the University of Alabama, and encourage Bear Bryant to go out and get
To
black
integrate
players.
the roster.
And there's dispute as to actually if that's true or not. Yeah. But bottom line, so that was their first game of the season. This was the second game of the season.
The next week.
Nebraska was a 2-touchdown dog. Probably should have won the game. They had a misfire on special teams.
What? Was Ed Foley coaching back then too?
He was not.
Well,
Thanks,
the
Bruce
misfire is
Reed.
probably
But it ended up a
injector issue.
21-21 tie, which actually proved to be important because by the end of the season, when Nebraska got help from Texas and Stanford in the bowl games and then beat LSU, the fight at the end of the season in the AP poll was, should it be 11-0-1 Nebraska or 11-1 Notre Dame? Well, the common denominator was USC. Nebraska tied USC in the Coliseum, but USC beat Notre Dame in the final game of the regular season.
Wow, that might be the most fascinating season ever for a non-national champ. They went 6-4-1, which is a very forgettable record. But they beat Notre Dame. They whoop up on Alabama in a game that is still cited to this day, and Nebraska ties them.
Yes.
Wow.
Nebraska's 1-2 against the spread against the Trojans since 2006. Nebraska covered as 7-point dogs in the Holiday Bowl, but USC covered both regular season games in 06 and 07. K Ford says Nebraska's got a 21% chance of winning, as USC, despite their sub 500 record, is still 18th in the power rankings because they're not getting blown out. But and Nebraska's 44th.
Okay. That's fascinating that is the only school that Nebraska has played more than once.
Has never beaten.
Wild.
Nebraska this season 5-3-1 against the spread. Their spread differential, though, is minus 25.5. Of course, the Indiana game really hurts.
Yeah.
Under Rule, Nebraska is 4-3-1 against the spread on the road. Here's
Their last game on the road, they covered.
Here's an interesting one, though. While Nebraska's only 1-9 straight up, they are 7-2-1 against the spread on the road as underdogs as of 7 or more points since 2020. Now, the lone straight-up win was against Iowa in 2022, but in this spot, the last 10 games, only going back 4 years, Nebraska 7-2-1 against the spread. Against the spread. Nebraska, since 2014, is 14-5-1 against the spread in these road underdog spots as 7 or more point underdogs. So Nebraska's a good cover, at least, according to history.
Okay.
Despite just a 3-7 record in their last 10 conference road games, Nebraska is 6-3-1 against the spread.
So again, they're not winning, but they're covering.
They
They're
are
not winning,
covering.
but they're covering.
They are covering. So something to keep in mind, and maybe one of the reasons why the number is starting to creep down just a little bit. For USC, they're 5-4 against the spread. Their differential is plus 1.5 points.
Okay.
The over is 4-4-1 this season, so no real trend there. But the Trojans are 13-1 straight up and 9-5 against the number as home favorites of 7 or more points under Lincoln Riley. That's going back to 2022. And the over has been the play in 10 of 14 games. So again, 7 or more point home favorites, USC, 13-1 straight up, 9-5 against the spread. But at home in November since 2018, the Trojans are just 5-6. And both teams coming off an idle week. Lincoln Riley's teams, which include his Oklahoma years, are 9-3 off an idle week since 2017.
Wow.
So there's some food.
And Nebraska wasn't very good. You had the number. I don't think you mentioned it in the previous one. What is it?
I did not.
Last Nebraska's lost their last 3 road games following an idle week, and there you had the Lincoln Riley numbers. All right. Well, that's not good.
All right. So there's just a little bit of a trend on this game. So when we come back, we'll have our keys. And we will have our predictions.
Oh.
And having the predictions already in hand, I can tell you this. Somebody is picking Nebraska.
Oh, hello.
And when you hear that prediction made, be caller 6.
Oh.
To win the final prize that we would have given away in the need to get to 6 game.
But we went 3-7, like Nebraska's numbers against straight up, rather.
Yeah, that's true.
I think one of the numbers that you just showed, Nebraska was 3-7 straight up. Not great.
I blame Tree Guy. Sorry, Tree Guy.
Tree Guy.
Tree Guy, you should know trees.
When you hear the prediction for Nebraska, be caller 6.
Okay.
That'll be coming up within the next 20 minutes on 1620 The Zone.
best time at your party. Key party. Thank you very much.
This is the second time in like the last 3 key parties that Nick couldn't find the key party.
Nick,
that
you
was
cannot
also
get lost at the key party.
That was also the excuse that the girls used, saying, "Oh, I lost your key." And that's why no one showed up.
I've gone through so many cars.
Well, it's our keys to the game.
It's a great segment. Nobody does this. This is wholly original to the Grum.
Listen, this open is wholly original to the Grum. I worked hard on this one.
I do like that on the Happer Show they call it Keys and Peas. I think that's
Keys
pretty
and
funny.
Peas.
We begin. I decided not to get cute with my little titles because Nebraska's let me down, and so I'm annoyed by them right now. We begin with this. Take the ball away. John, did you know that the Trojans are 3-0 in games in which Miller Moss threw no interceptions, but they were 1-5 in which he threw at least one? Now,
well, maybe that's why they got rid of him.
he won't
Well,
be
put him on the
starting
bench.
this weekend. It'll be Jordan Mailata. How about this, though? Miller Moss, he threw one interception in the second half of each of their losses. Correlation, causation. Many people are asking. Either way, incredible stuff. And now, as we discussed, Jordan Mailata, he will be on the field. That said, Mailata last year at UNLV, 10 interceptions. And let's look a little bit deeper. He had 2 interceptions in 4 games last year, including 3 of the last 4 games of the entire season, not to mention the final 2. That's a lot of numbers that I just threw at you, but basically this. Miller Moss threw a lot of picks. He's now benched. Jordan Mailata last year, he threw a lot of picks. Now he is the starter. Nebraska has 9 interceptions this season, only twice. Illinois and UCLA, both losses. Did the defense not get at least 1 interception? And you look at some of the other games, wins and losses, outside of Indiana, interceptions changed the game, locked up the game, turned the game around. I mean, like, think about the Ohio State game, how massive that interception was at the start of the second half. Think about the Colorado game. Think about the Purdue game. The Purdue one locked the door. The Colorado one, I mean, it gave them a 14-point lead, and they never looked back. Get an interception or 2. Take the ball away from this USC offense. Speaking of USC's offense, inefficiency has to be the name of the game. Do not let this offense think at all about running the football, which, with Lincoln Riley as their head coach, might be possible. We had the numbers yesterday. No team in the Big Ten has fewer rush attempts per game than the Trojans, yet they are 9th in the conference in rushing yards. They are behind only Iowa in yards per attempt in the Big Ten. They're in the top 10 in the country in rushing EPA as well. Woody Marks, we're going to have him in predictions in a few minutes, averaging 5.7 yards per carry, big playability, 9 touchdowns. Quentin Joyner, averaging 8.4 yards per carry. Very rarely does he also get stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They just don't give him the ball a whole lot. And then let's go back to Mailata one more time. He rushed for close to 300 yards last year, as well as 3 touchdowns, has a little bit of scoot to his game. You know, a lot of people have described him as like this super mobile guy. I don't think that he is like a dual threat in the traditional sense, but he is a player that I think if he gets outside the pocket, it could be bad times for Nebraska's black shirts. So you look at him versus Moss. Miller Moss, negative 18 yards on 21 attempts this season, scrambled only 1 time in 374 dropbacks. It's going to very much be a different offense that we see. Make them an inefficient run game when they do decide to run the ball. Third key is third downs, and this is on both sides. USC's offense, 18th in third down conversion. Their defense, 19th. So basically the same. Nebraska, 42 and 47th in the country at those stats. Again, basically the same. That said, Nebraska on defense in the last month, it's been a yo-yo. Rutgers, 2 of 14. Indiana, 5 of 9 on third downs. Ohio State, we watched that game, 1 of 10. And then last week, UCLA was 6 of 13, including multiple third down conversions across those first 2 drives when we were watching the game at Crosstrain. Can Nebraska get stops on third downs, and can they extend drive? Hashtag Holgo as OCO, calling the plays
Nice
for their offense.
God.
Don't we love that, folks?
I do.
Key number 4, the thing they're bad at, don't let them do it. You know, so John and I have
Wow,
been
you really put a lot of thought into these.
John and I have been working on air together since 2014. And when I think of a game where there is a team that does something bad, and yet they did something good against Nebraska, I don't know what you think of, But to my mind, I always think of 2015 Northwestern.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that stupid quarterback who was not a rushing quarterback, and yet he rushed for like 100 yards against Nebraska. Clayton Thorson was
Clayton Thorson.
It reminds me of Garrett Gilbert against Nebraska in 2010 when I was in college. All right, anyway, that's a long way to say this. USC, what is the thing that they're bad at? Sacking the quarterback. Trojans are tied with Kennesaw State, who just fired their coach, by the way, and South Alabama at 110th in the country in sacks this season. Defensive line, just 5.5 sacks combined in 9 games. You ready for this stat, John? This isn't sacks, this is tackles for loss. Linebacker Eric Gentry, he leads the team with 6.5 tackles for loss. He hasn't played since September 21st. It was a day after the loss to Illinois. Think about that their best guy behind the line of scrimmage hasn't played in basically 2 months. Nebraska is allowed 21 now in the season, 85th best in the country. So things aren't really going well. That's a big component of Dylan Raiola, in my opinion, taking a bit of a step back over the last month and change. USC, not good at getting sacks. Please, for the love of God, do not allow them to get going. And finally, who's the egg? We often say get the eggs on the Grum, but who is the egg? I was reading a write-up with Eric McKinney, who is the beat writer for WeAreUSC.com. That is a part of the On3 network. And he was asked a question about the biggest shortcoming this season. He wrote this: holding leads in the fourth quarter and making plays in pressure situations. USC has held the lead in the fourth quarter of all 5 of its losses this season. In 4 of those, the game-winning score came with less than a minute remaining in regulation or overtime. Moss has thrown a bunch of critical interceptions, but the defense hasn't been able to rise up for that one big stop either. If I changed Moss to Raiola and USC to Nebraska, it would essentially read like Nebraska football this year. And then if I change it to Martinez or any other quarterback, it would read like Nebraska football over the last handful of years. Our friend Michael Severe. USC has lost 4 of its last 5. In those 4 losses, the Trojans have been outscored 55-35 in the second half and 48-14 in the fourth quarter and overtime. The 4 losses are by a combined 16 points. I'm not even going to give you all the Nebraska stats because you know them because you watch this team on a weekly basis. This is a team that does look like the mirror version of Nebraska. Nebraska looks in the mirror, and I think that they see this USC team right now that has leads. They fall apart in the fourth quarter for whatever reason. They turn the ball over. They're unable to get a stop. Who's going to crack? I think that's going to tell the story.
Well, I didn't get cute either with my titles. The first key, speed nuts.
Nice.
You know what speed nuts are?
Yep.
Isn't that what your wife calls you?
It's a good one. It's a good one. This means start fast. The common issue in almost all of Nebraska's losses is falling behind. Illinois, Indiana, UCLA. And while Nebraska did fall behind versus Ohio State, it took a little bit longer. The sluggish start seems to be a barometer for Nebraska's mindset, which to me is the bigger factor in this slump than it is who's calling the offensive plays. Now, you probably can't fix that kind of mental attitude overnight, but you can do this. Do everything in your power to start fast. Conventional wisdom says, if you win the toss, you defer. I think you make the argument, you have 2 teams on this field tomorrow that both want the ball first because they want to be the ones to spring the first surprise. Maeva against Nebraska. Nebraska's who knows what they're going to look like offense with a new offensive coordinator. For Nebraska, I think they need the ball first to see if they can get the lead so that maybe there'll be some good mojo to start the game. We got friend in the field, our buddy Chris, who said there are many Huskers in Hollywood right now. There's going to be over 20,000 Nebraska fans in that stadium. There's a good chance Nebraska will have as many fans in that stadium as SC fans, because I don't know if that place is going to be full or not. Either way, there's going to be a good contingent out there, and they're going to be generally supportive because this isn't the usual home crowd that will have the murmurs and everything else. These are people that have been waiting for Nebraska to come to the West Coast for a while. So they're going to be excited to see them there. So getting off to a fast start gets those people involved in the game, gets the mojo going, and maybe prevents the mopes from reemerging. So get off to a fast start, or fast nuts. Nuts aren't good for the runs. Do you know, Josh, if you have the runs? Nick learned about this today because people were talking about the runs during lunch.
Sure were.
Yeah, they were.
That
Loudly.
eating nuts are not good when you have the rhea because it goes
Really?
through the system fast.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, in this case, you got to stop the run when they run. USC has a very efficient run game with Woody Marks and Quentin Joyner. Between the two of them, they average over 6 yards a carry and have a combined 12 touchdowns. Now, the problem is sometimes Lincoln Riley can't help himself, and they get away from running the football. Now, with Maava at quarterback, I wonder if SC might run it a little more, not just because he might have a few extra carries that the quarterback position doesn't have, but also as a way to ease him into the game in his first start. Now, Lincoln Riley could end up being Lincoln Riley, and he'll let it rip, but this much is known. Marks is going to get his 15 to 20 carries, and when he gets them, he's very efficient. So you've got to make the most of those opportunities to get stops on him. So stop the run when they run. Nuts aren't good for the runs. Next key is walnuts. Walnuts are contained in the shell. You have to break the shell to get to the walnuts.
Mm-hmm.
Also poly.
Got to contain. If the black shirts can contain Maava, the outlook of this game is much more positive. Maava struggled when pressured last year when he was at UNLV, completed just 44% of his throws, had 5 picks. Now, there's probably a good chance he's, improved a little bit with a good quarterback tutor like Lincoln Riley, but this will be a really good test up front. He hasn't seen a defense like this one has the potential of being. And the Trojans don't protect well. Now, they haven't given up a lot of sacks, but their protection rating, according to Pro Football Focus, is only 133rd. That's almost dead ass last. And I really think it's going to be important for the guys in the middle, Robinson, Hutmaker, to have a good game and keep the middle closed. I notice on film, when Maava breaks contain, it's usually when the rush comes outside, but he's got an open path through the middle. So make sure that pocket collapses from inside as well, or at least have some contain there to either force him wide or end up putting him in a trap. The next one, break out of the shell. Win your one-on-one battles. USC's got a big secondary. It's going to be hard to throw through it, so it might mitigate the size advantage Nebraska has at wide receiver. But did you know that the Trojans are 111th in the country in defensive passing success rate? And take a look at these numbers, the splits between the first 5 games of the season and the last 4. These are passing numbers by Trojan opponents. Now, the completion percentage is the same.
Yes. Oh, my gosh.
But look at how many more passing attempts they're seeing.
And yards.
Look at how many more yards they're seeing. The yards per game in the first 5 games was 158 yards through the air. In the last 4 games, 337 yards. That includes Penn State, which isn't a big throwing team.
No.
They threw for over 3 bills against the Trojans. The yards per attempt up by a full yard. Passing touchdowns are up. That's what teams have been doing the last 4 games. They've been throwing the ball more against USC. So I think there is hay to be made in the passing game. And then the final key I have is cocktail nuts. Cocktail nuts. Cocktail nuts, when you go to a party, they're always there.
Oh, yeah.
Even at a key party.
They're always in the right spot. They're always in the right spot. They're on the end table. They're in the perfect place. They're next to the punch bowl. They're next to the drinks, wherever they be in position. Be like cocktail nuts. Be in the right spot, Nebraska. And the right spot is this. USC's biggest issue is finishing games. They rallied against Michigan. And then what did they allow? They allowed a big run by a bad Michigan offense and then a 4th down score with 37 seconds left. Then a couple weeks later at Minnesota, another last-minute touchdown as they blew a 4th quarter lead. Against Penn State in this building, the Coliseum, they were up 26 at halftime. Penn State came back, tied it. USC went up 30-23 with 4 minutes to go. Then they choked that lead away. Then they didn't score in overtime, and Penn State won. And at Maryland, they had a 2-score lead and lost on another touchdown inside of the last minute. Be in position like the cocktail nuts. Just be close. If there's ever a game where Nebraska is going to break the schneid of not being able to come up with a big score at the end of games to win it, this could be the one. because USC has done it in every loss this year. They've given up a late lead. So be in position, and you might just pull one out.
John, you went nuts with these keys.
Got him.
I did, didn't I?
I like that one, John.
Maybe because both of these teams are nuts.
Mm.
And this week has been nuts.
It has been a wild week, man. It's
been
We've
a
had
while.
some strange ones around here. This is definitely not the strangest.
No.
Because there was an audio tape and then another audio tape once.
Mm-hmm.
A coach tried to cancel a football game with their most famous rival. But hiring a guy to be offensive coordinator after he hadn't even been in the program until a week ago is definitely
With
wild.
3 games
crazy.
left.
Pretty crazy.
That said, you know what? That's 25% of the regular season. There's still so much football left. So much.
It's 3 weeks, folks.
Oh,
February is really close.
no, it's not.
Coming up next.
John had like 2 extra picks last week. Congrats, John.
Josh is feeling the pressure.
Don't
Predictions is next.
Don't feel any of it.
And somebody is picking Nebraska to win this game.
And when that person does,
Be caller 6 and you'll win $50 to Cops on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Things have tightened up at the top.
Have they?
Yes, they
And
have.
things are all loose at the bottom.
Yeah, Nick's had a couple of really bad weeks. He's falling further and further back into the abyss. But
it's like high school all over again.
On the strength of another winning pick, boy, we're averaging.
Yes.
We're averaging usually one upset hitting every week
And
between
again,
at least one of us.
2 weeks ago, all of us nailed it, and they all won outright.
Yes.
So it wasn't just a one-pointer; it was all 3-pointers.
Last week,
Or
it was
2
my
pointers.
pick of Georgia Tech over Miami.
Dude. It's like so obvious in hindsight too.
Yeah, I know.
It really is. That was a good pick.
So Josh has got a 2-point lead on me, and Nick is so far back in the rearview mirror. It's not even funny.
Nick doesn't
at this
even
point.
matter. He basically doesn't exist as a human being anymore.
It's like high school all over again.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go with Missouri, a 14-point dog at South Kakalaki.
Well, you have the box, John, after a good week. That's a golf reference, Nick. If you have the better hole, you get to tee off first.
Works that way in disc golf also.
There you. Oh, you.
I'm
are up
familiar.
disc golf.
Give me Missouri and the points.
I'm going to go with South Carolina, partly because Michael Severe bullied me by saying, you haven't watched them. I have, Michael. Also, Missouri is really banged up, and I don't think they're very good. Give me South Carolina.
I will also take South Carolina.
Tulane, -7 at our Navy.
They should bring this logo back.
I love picking against our armed forces in football.
Wow, you are...
Give me Tulane.
I also want Tulane, but that's just because of the logo. Look at that logo. Look at that old logo.
It is a good logo. I don't like the N on Navy, how it doesn't have the little...
Navy's just too small. They're too small up front.
America's too small, says John.
John's calling our armed aquatic forces too small.
Tennessee +9.5 at Georgia.
Rocky Top, you'll always be home sweet home to me.
Oh, wow. You got off key there. You're of music, bro.
I can't sing.
Yeah, I know, but you're of it.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I can sing.
Man, so on one hand, like I have PTSD from picking against Georgia in the last few years in this game. On the other hand, they kind of stink. On the other hand, Tennessee, what's going on with their quarterback? I'm going to go with Tennessee because it's just so many points. It's just so many points. Give me the Vols.
Agreed. I'm going with the Vols.
Too much
Kansas
agreement.
+2.5 at BYU.
This is an easy one. Give me Kansas. The dream dies for the Cougars. The dream dies. They drink sad cups of milk on Saturday night. Whoa, it's Saturday night.
I think they're going to drink warm cups of milk after a comfortable win.
Oh, warm milk. Gross.
Give me BYU.
Man, Utah should have beat them. That is such an annoying game.
Oh, they're both Utah. That's what you said to me last week.
I say Cougs.
Okay.
Between these three games, you have Ohio State playing at Wrigley Field against Northwestern, Penn State at Purdue, and Virginia at Notre Dame, which will be the closest in margin of victory. Closest in margin of victory. Is going to be...
What's the weather going to be like in Chicago tomorrow? Remember a couple years ago when Ohio State played there and C.J. Stroud, current NFL starting quarterback C.J. Stroud, had like a real bad game because it was just so windy. 12 miles an hour, that's not too bad. That's it. I'm going to go that's going to be the closest. Give me the Ohio State game. How about this real quick before you give your pick? Ohio State next week, Indiana, then Michigan. And I know Michigan's bad, but it's a huge rivalry. Then most likely the Big Ten championship game. And then playoff, if they go on a run, right? This is like their last game to maybe rest some guys, to get some backups in. Give me Notre Dame, or give me this game to be the closest because of all that.
I'll take the Notre Dame game as the closest.
I mean, it's right in the name. You know, you got PU, then you got PSU, which is just PU with a little extra S.
So that game?
All right,
Yes.
so someone's getting a point.
I love it.
Ashton Genty rushing yards over under 192.5.
Oh, Nick forgot this one.
I forgot that one. I'm sorry.
Under. I think he's gone under the last 3 games.
He has, and that's why I'm going under.
I'll also take the under.
Okay.
Now to the NFL. Bengals Chargers on Sunday night football.
Bum, 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 bum.
Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-da.
Can you
There
imagine?
is no home field advantage. Cincinnati.
Nick, you realize like the logos, like they're kind of in the wrong spots, I think, on this graphic.
Yeah, the B
No
is
offense.
Do you want to start making these every week?
No.
Okay.
You're the director of video. I said no offense.
I'm going Cincinnati.
Why would I pick against? How good is he now? Top 3 coach in the NFL? Yeah,
Please.
What do you mean?
He might not even be
This
top 3
roster,
on his own
They
staff.
already have more wins than they did last year, and it's November.
They beat all the Puds.
Nah, they're gonna beat. Now they'll win this game, and you'll say they're a Pud too. Give me the go Chargers, go!
Go Chargers, go!
Thank you, Nick.
Yes, me too. I know what you're saying. I normally would, but I wanted to switch it up today.
Switch what up?
Where I put the logos.
I know you can have it. It's just
What's your pick?
Chargers. I said that.
All right. Ravens are 3-point favorites at the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I always pick the Steelers on this game because for whatever reason, the Ravens just kind of fall apart when they play the Steelers.
Do they?
From my limited experience, yes.
Got the news earlier today. Isaiah Likely, tight end for the Ravens. Kyle Hamilton, safety for the Ravens, off of the injury report. Good to go. Give me Baltimore.
This was called 2 weeks ago by yours truly when someone said they were going to beat Washington and Baltimore and establish themselves as the AFC spoiler. Bum, 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 ba-da. They're going to be singing Renegade at the start of the fourth quarter, and those terrible towels are going to whip up a storm. Steelers, the wrong team is favored. Derrick Henry rushing yards over under 87.5. I'll go under.
I'm going to go over on this one. Under.
Chiefs and Bills. We already know what Josh is picking. I'll take I'll take the Bills.
Yeah, here, I'll give you a score too while Nick looks up what he's going to do.
I'm taking the Bills.
All right, last year, the 49ers beat the Eagles 42-19. Maybe 35-20 in this game. Remember the Eagles?
They are not giving up. Chiefs are not giving up 35.
Eagles were mid all year, and everyone was like, oh, man, but they win the games. And then they played a good team, and they got run off the field. We'll see.
Who scores the first touchdown in this game?
The odds, if you're wondering, man, this microphone's weird today.
It sounds weird.
The first touchdown favorite is Kareem Hunt. James Cook at 6-1, Josh Allen plus 750, Travis Kelce plus 950, Amari Cooper 10-1, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm going to take Cook.
Damn it, that's what I'm going to do too. I don't like doing the same one on a prop like this, but I do like James Cook.
Looks like there's too many cooks.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
All right, props for tomorrow. Dylan Raiola passing yards over under 225.5. We showed you the graphic. Last 4 games, SC has given up over 300 yards passing in each of the last 4 games with the new wizard calling plays who's never seen this team before.
It's a lot of yards under. It's a lot of yards for Nebraska.
It is a lot of yards under.
Well, if every pass is going to be a screen, I think it should be the under.
Woody Marks rushing yards for USC, 89.5. Give me the over.
Over sounds good.
Under.
Will Nebraska make a field goal?
What are we at now?
They are still at 3.
They're
They are
still at
stuck
3.
on 3.
Stuck on 3.
So, Nick, you need 4 more in the final 3 games. Mike Schaefer needs 1 more in the final 3 games. I need 0 in the final 3 games. John needs 2 in the final 3 games. Connor Happer is already eliminated because he picked 1.
Yep, I'll say yes.
I'm going to also go yes.
How many black shirt?
What do you say?
I said no.
Okay.
I say no.
Okay.
Black shirt takeaways.
3.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hello, Nick.
3 sounds good.
Wow, so that means Nick is going to be the one who picks him to win.
1.
2.
It'll either be 0 or 4.
Yep. If they have 4 takeaways, congrats to John Schreiner and Nick Hanley on a great Big Red overreaction because they're winning.
What is the upset of the week?
All right, I got a game, and I am very sad to pick this game. But Boise State has been living on the wild side for weeks now. They could have lost multiple games. They are 13.5-point road favorites tomorrow night at San Jose State. Give me San Jose State to cover and maybe pull off the shocker.
Plus 13.
And a half. And the hook.
I'm going to double down on one of the earlier picks. Give me Tennessee plus 9.5.
Let's go.
I think a really funny upset could happen.
Yeah.
Give me Utah plus 12.5 over Colorado.
I think you are more likely to get reverse covered by, or not, double covered by that number
Double
on the other
covered?
side. Yeah.
And now our predictions for Nebraska and USC.
So one of us is picking Nebraska. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you saw it earlier, we had the number. Nebraska in this spot as a 7-point road dog is actually a good cover.
Yeah.
They're 7-2-1 in their last 10 games. They're 14-5-1 in their last 10 years in this spot.
Yeah.
I think Nebraska does cover this game. And why the hell not?
Oh!
They'll get a 2-point conversion after a touchdown inside of the last minute.
Using
I'll
a
take
screen.
Nebraska 22, USC 21.
Holy God. I thought it was going to be Nick that was going to pick it.
Nope.
Nick, why don't you give your pick because you're about to have to answer a phone call.
Yep, I didn't write mine down. I just kind of gave mine to John, but I believe I picked 28-14 USC.
You did.
You did. My score is 27-24 USC. I mentioned earlier about the eggs. Get the eggs. Who is going to crack? USC has the ball up by a touchdown late. They don't do anything. Nebraska gets it back. They go down. They score. They tie the game. And then Nebraska's defense needs that one glorious stop. And they are unable to get the stop. USC knocks in a field goal as the buzzer expires. And yet again, Nebraska loses a one-score game.
And there's predictions for the game. Don't forget, we've got Big Red Overreaction on this station exclusively tomorrow night after the game. Creighton basketball will be on 101.9 The Keg exclusively starting at 5:30 with the tip-off at 6. We'll still have pre- and post-game coverage for the Jays on the Zone, but in between, it will be Big Red Overreaction. So again, Big Red Overreaction on the Zone, Blue Jay basketball on 101.9 The Keg, and UNO Sports, both basketball and hockey, going on News Talk 1290 and 1180 The Zone. So there you go, your whole weekend schedule. We'll be back to wrap up the week next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, man, those Whoppers are still sitting in there somewhere.
Whopper. Yeah, we're very full.
Check out our taste test. We tried the $1 Million Whoppers, and we're not just saying it because it was a Nebraskan who submitted the recipe, but we thought the Mexican street corn Whopper was the best of the 3.
It was good. Very good.
And I know Josh and I went into this thinking we were going to take the pickle one. It was fine.
I did too.
It was fine, but I thought the Mexican street corn one had a little more to it.
It was more unique. It stuck out more.
It did.
I don't know what I'm having for dinner. Sounds like we're going to be having dinner together, so my plans of leftovers are now flying out the window.
Wow, you make it sound like such a chore. It sounds like we have to have dinner.
No, it's going to be
together.
great. I just didn't, Nick was probably going to make fun of me because it was going to be, I think it was going to be thighs and
Can't believe I
thighs
have to
and fries.
watch.
No, I've come around. I like thighs and potatoes.
She was like, what's up with them giving you grief for the rolled, whatchamacallits last night?
Rolled lasagna?
Oh, my
Lasagna
gosh.
rolls?
It was so good.
I'm sure it was good.
Giving
It's
you
just
grief. I just thought it was kind of
gentrified.
It's not
there's
gentrified.
There's already a name for it.
He was giving you grief.
Just
I wasn't
we
giving
just
you grief.
rolled them, Nick. We didn't add white people stuff to it. Just were rolled.
Rolling
What do
it
you
is
mean
white.
by adding white people stuff?
I don't know, a little bit of racism. We didn't add any of that to it, Nick. No, but they were good. That last night's dinner was awesome. I was very sad when it was done.
I went for Taco Bell last night. Tonight she's making pasta and I'm getting whatever's left over.
Remotes are falling everywhere, Nick.
Unbelievable.
Hey, you have a pen down there, John. All right, coming up tomorrow. Reminder, Overreaction, 1620 The Zone exclusively. Creighton basketball, 1019 The Keg. But the pregame for Creighton basketball will be on The Zone.
Mm-hmm. And the postgame after Big Red Overreaction.
So many things.
And
then
UNO Sports on
and yes, UNO
1290 and 1180 The Zone.
Next week, we got a lot of stuff coming your way. A lot of stuff. It's going to be great.
Including Jasker Day.
Yeah, I think we have a Tuesday guest book. Can't remember who it is.
Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Goodbye.